Okay, I'd like to call the special meeting of the City Commission to order and start with a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Olsman.
Present.
Commissioner Elder.
Present.
Commissioner Jenks.
Present.
Commissioner Roselle.
Present.
Mayor Paul present. We are going to wear masks throughout the meeting unless you are speaking. I would then ask you to remove your mask so everyone can hear you. With that, because this is a special meeting, we can only discuss items that are on the agenda, and the agenda is interviews of candidates for the position of city manager. So we will start with our first interview. Sue, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
And I just said, I don't know if you heard me or not, but when you're speaking, or since you're going to be doing a lot of speaking, if you want to remove your mask, we're okay with that.
All right.
That way everyone can hear you.
Okay.
What we're going to do as a commission is just take turns going around the table and asking some questions, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity, if time permits, at the end for you to ask us some questions if you have any.
Perfect.
So I'm going to start by just asking if you'd like to tell us anything you would like us to know about you that may not be reflected in your resume. How you acquired an interest in city management, your career goals, personal interests, and anything else that would help us get to know you a little bit better.
Sure. I have quite a sordid background. I don't have all of my work history on there because it's little bits of this and that here and there. And when I met my husband, he encouraged me to go on and get my college degrees. And after our fourth child was born, he was 6 months old, I started getting my college under my belt. So I started out with an associate's in business management, completed that, and then I thought, well, let's continue on and get a bachelor's degree, and I got a bachelor's degree in human services management with the thought of going into being a psychologist or a therapist. And then as I started looking at the master's programs, I looked at the public administration program, and I fell in love with everything that it had in the description of what it was, because I thought it's all about public service. It's about making a difference wherever you're at. And at that point, I was looking at the nonprofit sector. But as I was in college, I looked at that and thought, somebody passed around a sheet to be able to do an internship in a local community. And I thought, what is this all about? I didn't even know this kind of work existed. So it was something that was very appealing to me. And I was able to get into a community in Owasso and volunteer there for 10 months as an internship. And then I was hired as the assistant city manager, and the rest is on my my resume there. But working in public service, being a part of somebody that does the day-to-day stuff, answering questions people have, making sure programs are followed through with, their projects are completed, infrastructure is addressed. Those types of things are very important to me, but having that human element, that connection to people, is even more essential in my mind. You've got to be able to communicate well with people. So it's kind of a little bit more about my background.
Thank you. Commissioner Elder.
Are we going through these questions? Okay. So I'm going to jump to the one that I care deeply about, and that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a priority for the City Commission. How do you view government's role in advancing DEI? And what would your plan be to help advance DEI in this community?
I believe it's very important. I believe that equal opportunities for all, equity is very, very important to extend to people. I was a part of creating the 1650 project through the MML, one of the ambassadors to get that up and off the ground to bring women more to the forefront. Even though we make up more than 50% of the population, we are only roughly around 16%, maybe it's a little more now, of women that are in the top position in municipal government, whether it is mayors, whether it is managers, administrators, wherever that may lie, we only make up that amount. So we're trying to change that. That's important to me. It's important because the numbers are even less for women of color. So it's important to bring that equity to the table. I believe in looking at the skill set of somebody. I don't look at their gender. I don't look at their sexual orientation or gender or how they identify, what their color of their skin is, what their race is. It's the skills they bring to the table. Also, part of that responsibility I believe that we have in local government is looking at people that have the aptitude or exploring that with them and giving them the opportunity, the tools and the resources to make them successful in those positions. And we have so much ability to do that in local government. The pools have really shrunk of people that come into local government like it used to be back in the 1980s, 1990s. So for us to be looking at how can we cross-train people that are in our organization already, or looking at some of the other potentially your committees. I've watched some of the anti-racism, the equity interviews that you did for your committee, and I was really impressed with that. You know, you had quite an array of people that were interested in that position, and looking at that and kind of bringing them up through the ranks and getting them trained so that they can be in and involved in local government. That's the first step, is in those positions. So I believe government plays a huge role in that. We've got a long way to go, but I believe that, you know, we can definitely open that door wider than what it has been and be more accepting and more encouraging and train up people. So I believe it's very important.
Commissioner Jenks? As the Chief Executive Officer of a city such as Huntington Woods, how would you set about the task of learning about issues in the city? Who would you talk to and in what form?
I've had conversations with Amy already. I would continue that. I have known Amy and Pat for quite a while. So I would continue that, build upon that knowledge that Amy has. Speak with Heidi. I believe the clerk has a lot of input and knowledge of things that are happening on a day-to-day basis, as well as the department heads there, your public safety director, your public works director, council members. You guys have great input for me as a manager, things that you see that are important in the community, but also spending time in those departments so that I'm able to get to know people that are in those departments and how they see things that are important to them, where they're at in that. It's very important to give people the ability to voice things that they have concerns over, and are they being addressed? How do we work on this? What are things that you see as priorities? But then working with the committees that you have in place. You have a lot of volunteers in different committees, and that's amazing. My hat is off, you know, that doesn't happen everywhere. So the fact that people are so engaged here in Huntington Woods is quite, it shows their commitment to this community and seeing things grow and go forward. So your master plan has things that have been identified in that. Your Parks and Rec plan have identified items in that, and I know you're doing an update on the master plan currently, but those are all tools to gather from. But I think having the one-on-one conversations or even the group conversations in the departments, that's very important for me to do and continue doing, to be a part of that, so that I understand what's going on in the community, as well as talking to people in the community. and business owners.
Our community has faced a devastating flood. In 2014, we've had numerous power outages that were of an extended duration, and of course, most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm curious what your experience has been facing a disaster in a community or a major emergency, and what was the reaction from the elected officials and the citizens of that community, and how you handled it.
We had, the first winter that I worked in Owasso was that big ice storm that came through the 2013-2014 transition there, and it looked like a bomb went off in the community. We lost a bunch of our trees. We were without power for almost 3 weeks in large portions of the community, which is 15,000 people. So we worked with the Red Cross, we worked with the county health department, we worked with the emergency management to create warming shelters for people that they could come to. We tried to connect people with as many people as we could that they could go where other people had power, or encourage them to go to other family members if they could get out. Our elected officials were very involved in that, as was the city manager, and I had just been hired in as the assistant city manager at that time. So we worked very hard to make sure that those needs were met. And then later on, cleanup in our park system, I organized volunteer groups to come in and help us so that the DPW wasn't so overwhelmed with removing all of the brush and the tree limbs and damage that had been done. But that took quite a toll on the community, but there was a lot of resiliency during that. There was a lot of communication that went out that was important to be able to make sure that people had a form or a voice to be able to say, hey, I'm still having trouble, I don't have water, one of my lines broke, something happened, I need help. So we were very conscientious of that and working to help be problem solving in that crisis moment. In Leslie, where I serve right now, we had out in the township, which our fire department is partnered with the township as well from the city, so we have a joint fire department. And there was this large brush fire that turned into a wildfire that quickly, was spreading, and we had to work through emergency management, but we wound up with 26 different fire departments that came in response. We even had people from the Detroit area that were coming in response to that. But we had a lot of tankers that were coming to Leslie because we were the closest place for them to fill up their tankers. And it was affecting the water, it was churning it up. So people were starting to notice that they had brown water and, what is going on. So we put out blasts to everybody that if you can avoid running your water right now, please do that. The water is safe, it's okay right now, you may notice that it's brown, but here's what's going on. And we broke down what was going on, and we kept posting that information so that people were aware of what was happening. And there was a lot of community support for that, people that rallied around and were very proud of the fire department, so that communication is essential in that. Prior to my coming in there, there was a flood that happened in Leslie that blew out one of our sewer lines along the creek, and we had to have that replaced. So I was kind of on the cleanup end of that, dealing with paperwork and that sort of thing from FEMA, being able to get disaster recovery funds. But those are experiences that it's very important to communicate with everybody, make sure that you have a plan in place. When this happens, this is who's in charge, this is how the call out is spread out, and people lock in and they know that these are their responsibilities. So that is an important, essential component of handling those emergency opportunities that come up when they do.
Huntington Woods has a very substantial recreation department with 30,000 square foot recreation center, aquatic center, and countless programs in high demand. The rec center has an annual budget exceeding $2 million, which exceeds the entire general fund budget of many cities our size. What is your experience overseeing such a large operation and balancing its financial resources?
I think you may have more dollar signs or more decimal, may move the decimal over more in this type of setting, but it's still the same practice of money management and making sure that you have the revenue stream coming in, that your fees are generating the appropriate amount that you need for the services that you're providing, making sure that your general fund balance, I noticed that there was a large contribution that you guys fund quite a bit of the budget for the Parks and Recreation Department. That's an important component in your community. Excuse me. So it's important to make sure that that funding remains there. I haven't overseen a department such of that nature where the Parks and Rec Department is so large, because you have the community pool and you have the different programs that are put on. But it's the same management that you do day to day in this situation as a city manager, making sure that the money is there, that you're budgeting properly and following the money, making sure the revenue stream is there. So.
I wasn't aware you wanted this to dive right in. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut so off guard here. All right. So, code enforcement in a municipality like Huntington Woods can oftentimes be, I'm going to say, contentious or a problem that the city manager has to deal with. Longtime resident gets a ticket, calls you up, tells you I've been a resident of Huntington Woods for 30 years. I've never had this happen before, and instead of getting a ticket, I should have received a warning from whether it be the code enforcement officer or public safety. So as a city manager, where you've got a clear ordinance, you've got a clear violation of the ordinance, pick another topic you want, build something involving building, light, trash, pick your area. It's clear that there's a violation. How do you, as a city manager, deal with a resident like that? Then, all right, so let's start with that. There's a part 2 to the question.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I think that I'm of the philosophy, speak softly, carry big stick. So you want to address it first, I think. I would always rather that somebody calls and says, hey, or that in Leslie, what we do, the code enforcement officer or myself, depending, is the one that will go and address the issue. Mr. Olsman, you left your garbage can out for 5 days this week instead of the overnight, whatever your ordinance specifies that you can, and you didn't take your recycling back in that's been out there for 2 weeks. We'd like you to address that if you can, and just have the conversation. And then if that doesn't happen, let them know you're going to end up getting, a warning letter coming to you, or what the next step in the ordinance is. People respond a lot better to that than they do just getting the violation notice right out of the blue. I've noticed that in every community that I've been in. It's a lot easier when somebody calls and says, hey, you haven't mowed your yard yet, it's 3 weeks and we're about ready to call the mowing company to come out and mow your yard. It puts work on the city unless they are a repeat offender. If they're a repeat offender, then, we talked about this. This is the next step that is going to happen. Ultimately, I see the code enforcement is that you want compliance to your ordinance, and you can either strong arm somebody and make them upset with the city, or you can encourage appropriate responses. And I would rather do that than have angry
Let me
people.
follow up with you. Is it all right to do it that way? Let me follow up with you. All right, so how do you We have 20, I believe it's 27 miles of street, if I'm not mistaken, is another, what we have here. It's 27 miles of street. How do you have, where's the resource to do that? In other words, who's going to do that? Do you believe public safety should take on a bigger role with code enforcement? And in your other positions, have you seen or noticed that public safety oftentimes doesn't see code enforcement as a part of their job? That it seems like it's beneath law enforcement to go up to somebody and tell them you can't put trash out on Thursday, you have to wait till Monday night. So let's leave it at those questions. So who's going to do that? I appreciate you know saying we need to be, you know, a municipality needs to be nice to its residents, and I'm all in favor of that. But how are you going to do that with 27 miles, 2,300 houses, and relatively limited enforcement resources?
I would say yes and yes. You know, I believe that the police department, I've had that experience where, you know, initially in Owasso, the police department, they were kind of the code enforcement. And that didn't work out so well. They're busy, I get that, you know, it's not the fun part of their job, not that it is a fun part, but they're busy. So we encourage them to do that. What we do now is we work arm in arm. Leslie is a small town, you know, less than 2,000 people that are there, 700 homes, so it's a little easier to patrol. But we all work together on that. If I see something, I let our code enforcement person know that. If police see it, they let them know. DPW, anybody that works in the city, if we're driving by something, and it's not that we're targeting anybody, you know, this is where we see this happening in our community. People will call into the city and also voice a complaint on something or have an anonymous ability to do that, to call it in or fill out a form on our website. So working hand in hand with that, I think, helps solve that issue. I drove around your community here, and granted, I didn't get to every street and every home, but it's a beautiful community, and I know that there's no perfect place on earth, you know, where everybody adheres to all of the rules and, you know, follows everything to the letter of the law. But I think that when you spread that out, it makes the load a little bit easier for everybody. If we're all a part of that team going forward, that we realize that that's our responsibility. We all want the community to look nice, and the residents want the community to look nice. So there's no way one person can do that. There's no way two people could do that job alone in a community of this size. So it does take teamwork from everybody involved. And I'm not saying that, you know, everybody else has to go and have that conversation with the homeowner, but at least ways alert the city manager or alert the code enforcement person to do that, so that that is addressed and taken care of.
Commissioner Elder?
I'm going to touch on your answer about handling crisis communication. That's very important, but aside from crisis communication, there's also the strategic communication that public entities have to do. And this has to do with digital and social media. Can you share with us your experience with that in other communities, and, you know, down to what would be your strategy coming into this?
I think that determining what kind of plan you have in place already, you know, setting that up so that it answers the question. It's hard to be in crisis mode, having to come up with the idea, the plan at that moment. It's better to have a plan in place. This is what we do if this happens, whether it's a flood, whether it's trees are down from strong winds, or snowstorm hits, or ice storm, something of that nature, so that you're addressing that, having that plan in place. The strategic part of things, that long term, that planning, is so essential in everyday life in local government. I don't like to see plans that are developed and set on a shelf because we're required to do that, and then there they sit and collect dust. I want it to be a living document that we work with. A plan that sits on a shelf, other than to go back and reference from time to time, doesn't have the same strength for me when you have something that you work with, that it's part of what you do on a daily basis, or it's part of how you operate. So breaking that down into, if I understand correctly, you're asking not only about the crisis part of it, but the strategic part of it. How do
Like
you,
the cadence, the day-to-day.
right, the day-to-day
normal.
stuff, the normal
Yeah.
stuff. So being able to delegate is very important, not only for me, but for anybody that works in this line of work. It's very important because you can get overwhelmed with this very quickly. Teamwork is important, but having that conversation, having weekly meetings with department heads, where are we at today, you know, what's going on this week, what are things that you need help with. I know elections are coming up, so how can we help in that department, help Heidi get things completed, or ballot, the ballots mailed out so that people can put their vote out. You know, what can we do to help during events that are going on? Those are conversations that need to be held on a regular basis, on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, depending on what is going on, and give that support. Having that plan in place really helps to address that. With social media, it can be a blessing and a curse. I don't know, do you guys allow on social media for people to respond on do you have a Facebook page and allow for people to respond? Okay, good, because I've seen communities, I know Owasso did not allow people to communicate on the Facebook page, so they had their own community page they would go and complain on. And it's hard to address problems that you don't know exist if you're not actively following that. In Leslie, the city clerk and myself are on the Facebook account, so we operate that page and we post things out on there. I post things out on our website regularly. It's very important to have a website that is user-friendly, not only internally, but externally, so the community can use that. It's really nice to have, you know, contact me forms, fill out this form, whatever it is, so that it's fillable, people can do online, whether through their computers or their mobile devices. But it's a way to stay in contact with people, and then reach out and make that person-to-person, that human contact with them to follow up on that. But implementing things, being able to get information pushed out to people, like during your crisis that you had when you had the flood, you need to be able to help people understand these are the parts of the city that are currently flooded. If you have water in your basement, this is what you do. Let us know. We have DPW that's ready to respond. We have emergency crews that are here. However that was set up, you need to have that plan in place to be able to follow that. And I'm talking a lot, so I apologize, but I get excited about this stuff. So the day-to-day stuff, I'm very much a part of a team player approach. I don't micromanage. I don't like to micromanage. I don't like to be micromanaged. So for me, it's very important to understand the skill sets that my staff has, my team has, and then, you know, how can I be a better manager? How can, you know, what do you need me to do to give you resources that you need? And these are things that I see that, you know, can help us. Those things help us all in that moment when we are faced with a crisis, to be able to address that and to work through that. So I've kind of gone all around that whole thing, but I hope that I've answered your question, that the strategic part of that, or the crisis part of that plan to follow, and then actually doing that and making sure everybody's aware of what that plan is very important to be able to handle that. You're in charge of putting this stuff out on the website. You're in charge of contacting the emergency management. You're in charge of answering phone calls, you're in charge of, you know, da-da-da, whatever that may be, that list that is broken out, so that everybody is functioning and not running around in panic mode as well. What do I do? What do I do? You know, so that's very, very important.
As a follow-up, just a quick question on that. I don't know if you're familiar with the Nextdoor platform on social media.
The next door,
Nextdoor. It's a platform where residents join and then they can ask questions of each other and
oh, okay.
complaints or whatever discussion they want to have. I'm just wondering what your thoughts would be of the city monitoring and answering and getting involved in that type of a platform.
That's a tricky question. I try to put facts out whenever I see conversations. In Leslie, we have Leslie Michigan News, and conversations can go, they can get pretty mean very quickly if somebody's upset about something. So we try to put facts out there for people. You have to be careful because of the freedom of speech. You can't impede that with people. You can clarify things, but sometimes you have to back away and just kind of let it quiet down, hopefully, but addressing the issue, whatever that may be, that conversation, trying to get to the heart of that, you gotta look at it to see, is it worth that energy to put into that? Is this something that is just somebody grumbling about something that they're unhappy with, or not that that's not important to them, but is it something that is blown more out of proportion than what it should be, that we put city time into that? So, and also I believe it's important for council to be well versed on that, not to engage on, get into heated debates with anybody, but sometimes in Leslie, one of our commissioners right now will respond to things, and he just puts facts out there. He'll answer something, a question somebody had, and then they're like, oh, well, I didn't realize that, or maybe I have this question, and he follows up with that, but then it's dropped. There's no more, it doesn't become combative on there. So it's important to make sure that that does not happen either, because that it doesn't look good on anybody. So.
Commissioner Jenks?
Assuming you've reviewed our most recent financial statements and audit, what did you see that indicated a future problem or problems we should start to address?
I think that, your pension funding and your OPEB funding are things to continue to work toward improving. I know that from the language in the budgets and the audits that you're working to close the pension system so that it is not an open system anymore for new employees. But I see in there that you also work to help fund the police through the Public Act 345. So that gives you more money to be able to spend on other projects. But making sure that your pension liabilities don't increase, that they're being addressed, and that you're putting enough money toward that on an annual basis to help bring that down is essential. You do bond to do road improvements, so that's a good thing that you're doing. It's something that I think having a 5-year road plan, something that you can put together. Have you had a PACER study done, PACER ratings on your roads, and having that 5-year road plan so that you can show the community this is where the dollars are going, and have that spent through that. It's tangible to your community. So Other than that, I was very impressed with your, well, I was impressed anyway, with the budget and the audit. You guys have done very well, and those were just things that caught my eye.
So our residents pay high taxes. Our millage rate is high, and our property values are some of the highest in the county, and have increased at a rate higher than any other community in the county. And as a result, our residents expect sort of a higher level of service in return for what they're paying. So can you talk about some examples where you've developed or provided high-quality programs or services, in a community to really show that you're delivering on what folks are paying?
I think that Leslie's very small, and we also pay high taxes, but don't have high house values in Leslie because of the county that we're in. Helping people understand where their dollars go is important, and I'm sure that is communicated very well in your budget. In Leslie, 24 cents out of every dollar stays in our community. The rest goes to the county and other entities in the county to help fund their projects that they have, their budgets. So when people realize, my taxes are $3,000 a year, how come I don't have better streets than this? That's a different project or problem in Leslie than what you have here. So I'm not experienced in that. That's something that I am willing to learn, and I, have a great deal of managers that I can call upon. That's one of the things that we have in our listserv. People are putting questions out there quite frequently that this is a project that we're going through. I've not done this before. What are input or insights that you have from other communities? And we all share back and forth on that. So I think bringing value, helping your community to see the value in the things that they do receive and understand where that money goes is very important. The public needs to see the value see what they get for what they pay, and breaking that down for them so they understand these are the services, prioritize this for us. That may be an answer, help us understand what you see as the highest priority. Your park system is a huge priority for your community. All the outreach that they have is a huge priority for your community. How do we keep this funded then? I can speak to grants and different things that I've applied for in other communities to be able to help redo parks. Those types of things that help in communities, I can bring that. I do have that skill set to bring to you, but as I said, I am a learner. I continue to learn, and I'm not afraid to tackle a problem or an issue. So I would not let that hold me back.
Please provide an example of when you overruled a decision of a department head. When is it appropriate, and when would it be off limits? And how do you communicate with the individual?
I have not had to overrule anybody in Leslie. We're a very good team that we work very well. I think that communication is very important, and in our fire department, I know there were some other communities that during the height of COVID last year in the spring for Easter, they wanted to go around and every year in the park they would have an Easter egg hunt that the fire department puts on, their association does. And it's a huge project, or a huge project that they do for the community that draws probably 500 people out to the park. And with COVID happening, even though it was outside, we just couldn't let that happen. You know, we had to shut that down. And the fire chief at that time was talking with the rest of his fire department, and they were getting a little upset with me about that. I had to talk to the township manager as well, and the both of us said, you absolutely cannot do this, you know. So they wanted to have guys in the trucks and drive through town and hand out candy to all the kids on the streets. And I'm like, again, you can't do this. The heart is there. It's a wonderful thing that you want to do, you know, seeing the heart of where they're coming from on that. But at this moment, it's not something that's allowed. I think having open communication to begin with helps to keep you from having to overrule somebody. And I have had to discipline people, you know, in the past and talk to them about what was going on. And unfortunately, I even had to terminate someone because of the repeated offense that they were doing. But communication is very important to help mitigate any of that to begin with. And having that strong team atmosphere, it just allows people to come and talk to you and kind of discuss things that they may be considering, and what do you think of this, and this is my input on this. And sometimes, you know, it's things that I've actually changed my mind on because I was able to see their viewpoint on this. You know, it's not been a bad thing that they were wanting to do, but something that I hadn't been looking at from their perspective. So once I was able to do that, I was able to say yes on that.
Thank you. Have you had a circumstance in your positions, either in Leslie? How big is the city council? Is the city council?
Yes, it's a 7-member board. We only have 6 members right now, but it is a 7-member board normally.
How about Wausau?
7 is.
So, have you had a circumstance in either city where there was a dispute between 2 members of the council? It wasn't just a minor disagreement about a policy issue or something that was being discussed, but where there's, you know, an animosity building up where you can see it. And if you have, tell us how you addressed it. And if you haven't, tell us how you would contemplate mediating that type of a dispute.
I've not had that between council members in either place. I've had it between department heads, and I brought both of them in, you know, and had them sit down and talk to each other to get the issue out in the open, and then problem solve how they were going to work to compromise on it or find a solution to it. And it's an important task to be able to do, to be able to mediate those issues with my kids. And this is just a funny story. My 2 oldest daughters, when they were in their early teenage years, were fighting one weekend nonstop all weekend long, bickering with each other. And I had it, so I made them stand and hug each other for 10 minutes straight. And they couldn't talk to each other. I can't make adults do that, obviously. It's not appropriate to do at the workplace, but sometimes I'd like to do that. But I think if you can just get in and realize that it's okay to have differences of opinions, you still need to learn to respect that in others, but you need to be able to communicate respectfully with each other. So I would encourage that tremendously, and hopefully that tactic would work. If not, I would probably rely upon the mayor to come in and be a part of that, unless the mayor, which I don't see you as being part of the problem, you know, but, uh-oh, she's laughing, so now I'm not sure. But I would either do that or to the city attorney and ask for guidance on that from them, you know, going forward. So that's just how I've handled that with staff members in the past, and it did work to help resolve it. They still were kind of difficult with each other, but they were respectful towards each other after that. It wasn't knockdown, drag out arguments during meetings. So it was something that was very, very helpful at that moment.
One question left, I think. So we have many intergovernment agreements as well as service sharing agreements. What has your experience been in negotiating and administering such contracts?
I have been involved in those in Owasso and in Leslie as well. So we have service sharing that we did through our police departments to be able to help through Ingham County. We respond when they need our help. They respond when we need their help. There was an interlocal governmental agreement that we had with five, let me count them out. So there's Corunna, there was Caledonia Township, there was Owasso Township, there was the airport, and then the city of Owasso for a trail system that touched on all of those. So it was very important. I was on the committee that helped get that established and fund that trail so that there was maintenance along that trail that all of the communities participated in and contributed to. Just making sure that you have those in place with the YMCA in Owasso. We had a recreation agreement that they came and used our parks. With the there is a baseball organization there that they also had agreements with us to be able to use our park system, and I facilitated those. So shared services, other than with our police department or fire departments, I haven't had experience, but I am interested in those because I believe those are cost-saving measures that communities can do, and I've talked with our neighboring community about sharing building services for inspectors and that kind of thing, so that neither one of us are taking on the full brunt of having somebody, but being able to split those costs between both communities to be able to have somebody that is available to both communities. So.
Mr. Jackson? 2 and 9. If a resident calls you to discuss a property issue, how do you handle it in a tight schedule? Would you refer it to the appropriate staff or involve yourself in the solution?
Both. I'm very hands-on. I like to work with the community. I like to talk to people, but I may, if something has escalated to the point of where they want to talk to the city manager about it, I feel it's important. They're a tax-paying citizen. That's what I'm here for. So I want to be available. I want to be engaged in the community. After I've had the conversation, then more than likely, I get whoever should be involved in that, and we get the solution, or we listen. Sometimes you just have somebody that wants to come in and talk to you, and my door is always open. If I have the availability, I absolutely make time for citizens.
All right, I don't know if the city of Leslie does performance evaluations annually or every once in a while, but if they do, could you just give us a quick highlight of what they thought your best qualities were and which qualities that they felt you needed work on?
My best qualities are my budgeting strengths. They really like my financial abilities. I'm a stickler on saving money at the city and looking for ways to do that. So they really appreciate that, being fiscally responsible for the city. Ironically, even though I think I communicate very well, they say I don't communicate enough with them. And I think for me, sometimes what I'm communicating they don't want to hear. So, and I'm always looking for ways to continue to grow. It's important to learn so each member on your council receives information, what is the best way. Some prefer a phone call, some want a face-to-face, some want an email. Some like to meet with a couple of other council members. As long as you don't have a quorum, you're okay. But it's just learning those little idiosyncrasies of each of your commission members. My staff would say that I communicate very well with them, and I take very good care of my staff. I am very much an advocate for the people that are on the front lines and do the day-to-day work. It's very important to know that they have support, and I give that to them 100%. It's very important to do that. So that's another one of my strengths, and the respect and support that I get back from them is also included in that. So.
Thanks very much. I'll give you an opportunity to ask any questions of us if you would like.
I guess that, if I'm offered the position, I would love to meet with each one of you and discuss what you believe are issues that the city is facing and things that you would like to see done. So I don't know if that's something that you would want to share maybe just briefly that you believe are important, or if you would like to wait until a decision is made one way or the other. But I am very collaborative in nature and want to be a part of your team. So I'll leave it to you if you want to add to that.
I think with the short time we're on here, I love the idea of meeting with all of us to get our perspectives on what's going on. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you once again for coming in. I'm sure you're aware we have a little reception down at the library with some of our citizens that would like to get to meet all of the potential candidates. So you'll have an opportunity to do that. We will let you know early next week.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to interview for this position. And I may not have all the experience in the world, but I am a learner. I love to learn. I continue to do that. I didn't go to college right away out of high school. I thought I would take a year or two off, and that turned into 25 years. And then I went back to school and I got all of my degrees through my master's program. So continued learning is something that I do, and I'm a question asker. So I hope that helps me. But thank you again very much for the opportunity to interview here with you, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
This is not an exact science, but I organize these with a certain
on or off? What is?
You can remove your mask. We're gonna take ours out of office. We're asking questions, but everyone can hear you a little better. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Once again, Deborah, thanks for joining us this evening. We appreciate you coming in and being interested in the job of city manager. We have a series of questions here that we're going to ask, and just go around the table and ask them. So I'm going to get right into it.
Perfect, thank you.
Please relax and tell us anything you would like us to know about you that may not have been reflected in your resume. How you acquired an interest in city management, your career goals, personal interests, and anything else that will help us get to know you a little bit better.
Great, thank you. Well, as you know, my name is Deborah Lichtenberg, and I currently serve as the Director of Finance and Operations for the City of Grosse Pointe Farms. It's a little bit of an unusual title for a municipality, but effectively it is the Finance Director and Assistant City Manager type of role. I started my career in public accounting. I was with Plant Moran and their governmental auditing group, fresh out of college. I was there for 9 years, and that was where I was first exposed to local government and how the local government functioned. I took some time off to be home with my kids when they were young. When I came back into the workforce, local government was a natural fit for me. I've always had a strong feeling of wanting to give back to communities, to serve in a public role, and local government was a natural fit. Of course, my early background was in accounting, and so it was a natural fit to step back into a finance position. But what I found as I grew in those finance roles, that what I really enjoyed were more of the special projects, more of the opportunities to really expand my knowledge, to be involved in larger aspects of government and not just dealing with the day-to-day accounting. In 2019, I was invited to be part of the Michigan Municipal League's Women in Governmental Leadership program, and that was where it really cemented my goal of becoming a city manager. It really emphasized that a lot of the skills that I have developed along the way were the natural progression to moving towards a greater leadership role. One of the things that I enjoy about serving the community is providing a high level of communication. I feel that transparency is a very important part of what we do, and being able to communicate on a wide range of platforms and areas is something that is a personal goal of mine, and one of the things that I look for and focus on in everything that I do. On a personal level, I live in the city of Farmington, and my husband and I love to hike and spend a lot of times outdoors, and I'm thrilled to be here. I have done a lot of research on the city of Huntington Woods, have some friends who live here who speak highly of it, and it seems that it is a community that would be a natural fit for me.
Okay, thank you. Tim Olson?
So, local government and social media. have you looked at what we have? I guess the proper word would be platforms, Facebook, you looked at our website. What do you think? You don't have to worry about hurting our feelings. I mean, what do you see there that you think is okay, and what do you see there that you think should be improved?
I think there are a lot of positives. The platform that you use for your website is Revise, which we have just switched over to a revised platform. It's great because it allows you to put information out very quickly and hold a lot of information, so it's accessible for anybody that wants to access it. I was able to do a lot of research and find a lot of information on your website, which is very positive. I also have signed up for your weekly e-blast, so I've been seeing those on a weekly basis. I think that that's a great way of getting quick communications out of the events and information about things that are happening right now. The quarterly newsletter is a great piece of information, but I think the one communication that I thought was extremely well done was the welcome packet for new residents. There's quite an array of information that's in there in one easy to find piece. But we're all learning and we're all evolving when it comes to communication and the platforms that are out there, and really making sure that we're able to meet everybody's needs in some way or another.
I'm going to follow up on a question that I think the mayor asked earlier, and I just want to now plug it into the social media topic. You were in the farms?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have the Nextdoor platform there for residents to exchange views?
Yes.
And do you monitor that?
We don't really monitor Nextdoor as much as Facebook. In the farms, the Facebook community page is the go-to spot for residents.
When I say a monitor, I don't mean with an eye towards anything other than just seeing what people are chatting about, that's all. Because sometimes a topic comes up and you can see where it may be, for example, during power outages, which we've had more than our fair share of, especially this year. That's a whole other topic. But do you believe that the city has a role in responding or putting out information on Nextdoor, or do you think the city should butt out of that and let it be a place for residents to have at it, as they say?
So the way I view it is you have to be careful when engaging. And what I prefer to do is to monitor what is being addressed, what's being talked about, and determine if there is a response that needs to be issued. If you see that there's misinformation that's being put out, if there are rumors that are being perpetuated, it is likely that it's time to put out either a post on the city Facebook page, something on the website, but I think that it can be a very difficult thing to engage in some of those conversations directly. I think it is often going to be better received to put that information out in an informational way separately.
Commissioner Rozelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How would you describe your management style? Are you inclusive in your decision making? Do you involve the department heads and that, more of like a hands-on approach or more of a hands-off approach?
No, I always try to be a very inclusive leader. I really view my department heads as being the subject matter experts. They're the ones who have the intricate knowledge, and they're the ones that are going to have the best insight, and hopefully they're going to be the ones that are going to be able to bring fresh and new ideas. I don't feel that it's the best approach to simply rule from the top down and say this is how it's going to be. I think it's much more effective to include my staff, include department heads, directors, and let them have a voice so that they feel a part of the decision and they can be invested in it. And it has served me well in the past to handle it that way. Even if the staff members may not feel like they have been given a voice in the past and they don't think they have much to say, I've found that that's generally not the case. So I do try to always be as inclusive as possible.
Commissioner Jenks?
Huntington Woods has many intergovernmental agreements as well as service sharing agreements. What's your experience negotiating and administering such contracts?
So I think it's an important part of local government today. In Grosse Pointe Farms, we work with the other Grosse Pointe communities and Harper Woods to have a pooled self-insurance arrangement with Blue Cross so that we can get better rates with higher number of participants. Out of the farms, we run the municipal radio system that covers the other Grosse Pointe communities and Harper Woods as well. I regularly meet with the other city managers to discuss that program. We share court administrators, we've shared building inspectors and building officials. It's a crucial part of being able to acquire the services that we need without having to have those full-time staff members on the books. It's really beneficial, and I'm glad to know that Huntington Woods values that as well.
Commissioner Elder?
Well, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a priority for the city. In your viewpoint, what is the role of local government in this space, and what would you do to help advance this work in the community?
So I think that even in communities that may not themselves be very diverse, it's important to be mindful of how we are sending messages out, how we are recruiting, where we are advertising, and really understand that diversity in itself is about the data points, the number, what makes up our population. So we need to understand that. But when we get to issues of equity and inclusion, that's more about making sure that we are including the right people in making decisions. And again, that could be that we're bringing in, a clerk a lower level clerk employee who is firsthand with greeting the public as well as department heads, so that we are getting as many points of view in the decision-making process, and just in the various roles. It's not enough to simply say that we are hiring a diverse workforce. We have to make sure that everyone has opportunities to grow and develop. I believe that having regular training to be aware of the diversity issues that exist is a very important part of the equation. There has to be that education piece so that it is maintained at a high level of awareness. Because if we're not aware of the potential issues and the potential areas where we may not be as open-minded and inclusive as possible, we can't address that and fix it. So awareness, training, and making it a priority to reach out to as many avenues as possible is very important.
Thank you. Huntington Woods residents pay high taxes and fees and expect a responsive local government in return. Please provide examples of how you've developed or provided high-quality programs and services.
So I currently serve a very similar community. Grosse Pointe Farms also has a very high level of service expectation and is also paying rather high taxes. What's important is to understand what the community is interested in, what the priorities are, and make sure that the resources are being directed towards those programs. Most recently, we went for a road millage. So it was the first time that Grosse Pointe Farms has ever asked for a road millage. This was last November. We went through a process of examining the roads, looking at what our PACER ratings are, understanding the impact of the dollars, and what various funding levels would do to improve those ratings. And through a series of public presentations, including graphs and charts and a number of different models for how these extra dollars could improve the infrastructure that we have, we settled on an ask of 2 mills, which we were able to gain the approval by a resounding level. And actually, based on everything that was presented, we got more comments about why didn't you ask for more, rather than, opposition to it. So I think it's very important to educate the public and to provide all the information that they need, even if it's more than they need, to make sure that they feel they are given the opportunity to make an informed decision.
Thank you.
So, as city manager, you find yourself involved or observing a contentious dispute between two members members of your city council or city commission. You can even expand that to maybe department heads. So tell us how you would set about, if you would, do so, mediating or facilitating the dispute, and if you had experience like that.
So I think that anytime there is a dispute, and this can even expand to job performance in some extent, you really have to look at what the underlying cause is. Is this a process issue? Is there something in the environment, something in the way things are being done that's causing the conflict versus a personality dispute? Sometimes there are environmental issues or things that are just part of the nature of the relationship or the confrontation that causes a problem. In order to mediate, you have to maintain a neutral position, and you have to have conversations to understand what the issues are. Sometimes there's a misunderstanding and it can be solved by providing more information. Sometimes there was an inadvertent disrespect that occurred, and one person is offended and the other person doesn't know that. But you generally cannot just tell people, just get over it and get along. You need to have those conversations, understand where the problem is, where the conflict is, and then be able to work towards coming to a middle ground, helping the two parties understand the other's point of view, and trying to find a place where you can either respectfully disagree or you can come together and be more united. But you have to be willing to have some of those difficult conversations and address the issues when they come up, and hopefully prevent them from developing into something larger down the road.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woodsville?
Thank you. Huntington Woods has faced devastating floods that we did in 2014. Numerous power outages that lasted several days, and then most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. What's your experience been facing a disaster or major emergency in the community, and what was the reaction you got from the elected officials or members of the community?
So Grosse Pointe Farms has also experienced a number of flooding events. We've had 4 flooding events this summer, and those times tend to bring out the best and the worst in people. I'll use the example of the COVID crisis, and it was an unusual situation because my city manager was in the air flying back from Australia when the shutdown occurred. So it was important at that point that I stepped in and brought together all of the department heads. We discussed what was needed from the standpoint of the emergency or the essential services that we had to keep running, what personal protective equipment was necessary, how we were able to stagger shifts to make sure that if COVID hit one group, we weren't going to be having to completely shut down an activity. once we had that basic plan in place, I took it to the city council to discuss our plans for closing City Hall and the communications that were going to go out to the public. So it was a collaborative effort to make sure that we were not adding to the panic that was going along with all of the shutdowns, that we were providing factual information, that we were reassuring, and that we were in a position where we could address any emergency issues that came up, and we were quickly able to continue to provide all of our city services by shifting to the remote work spaces and adding additional technology. So we got very favorable responses from the community. They appreciated the level of information that was put out. They appreciated the support that was provided with the additional information on where they could seek resources. And it really ended up being a situation that had a lot of silver linings and really built a lot of trust with the community in how that was handled.
Okay.
Huntington Woods has a very substantial recreation department with the 30,000-foot rec center, aquatic center, and countless programs in high demand. The rec center has an annual budget exceeding $2 million, which exceeds the entire general fund budget of many cities our size. What's your experience overseeing such a large operation and balancing its financial resources?
So the City of Grosse Pointe Farms has a very robust Parks and Rec department. Its focus is slightly different though, where Huntington Woods has latchkey programs and a lot of senior services. Grosse Pointe Farms has a harbor and maintains a marina and has a huge number of boat slips, and the Pier Park is the crowning jewel of the city. So it's important that be reflective of the desires of the residents. People want amenities in their parks. They want to have the green space maintained in safe and very comfortable ways. And it is important to understand the programs that the public are looking for. It's important to evaluate our offerings regularly, make sure that we are not wasting resources on something that is only serving a limited number of people, so that we can focus on the programs that are of the greatest interest. It is something that is valued by the community, and it's clear that is something that the residents want funding placed towards. So, as with anything else, it's really making sure that we're using our resources wisely, that if there's any opportunities to seek grant funding, to look for partnerships that may help support some of the activities that we are interested in doing, including park upgrades, new playground equipment and things like that, that we really maximize those opportunities so that we can use our resources as wisely as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Elder?
If a resident calls you to discuss a property issue, how would you handle it in your tight schedule? Would you refer it to the appropriate staff or involve yourself in its resolution?
I'm used to working in a community that is a very high-touch community, where the city manager is very accessible and can be accessed by residents on a very easy basis. It's part of what community members expect. So what I do like to do, though, and as I mentioned earlier, I consider my department heads to be the subject matter experts. So to the extent that I can introduce this resident to the finance director or to whoever the person may be that's closest to that, that is always a good way to help build additional relationships within the community and help our staff members shine in their areas of expertise as well. But I'm always going to be available to meet with residents. If it's not when they walk in the door, it will be on a very short basis that they would need to wait to talk with me. It's important that people know that they can reach out and have an opportunity to talk to the administration and get their questions answered.
You talk about involving staff and the experts, but can you provide an example of when you had to overrule a decision of a department head? When do you feel it's appropriate? When would it be off limits? And how do you communicate it with the individual?
So, example of a time when I've had to overrule. I think it's important, and what I've found most often is that if you communicate ahead of time clearly what the goals are, what the values of the organization are, what our goals are moving forward, you are less likely to run into those situations down the road. It's preemptive, that you make sure that you are all heading in the same direction in a general basis. One of the things that comes to mind is towards the end of the summer season, our Parks and Rec director came and said, we're going to have to cut the pool hours because we don't have enough staff. That wasn't an acceptable outcome. You know, it was really, let's talk about why you feel that way. Well, nobody wants to work. Well, why don't they? What can we do to incentivize these lifeguards to stay on a couple more weeks through the summer season? We were able to talk about different ways that we could entice them to stay, which included providing them with premium pay. And we were able to talk through that before any communications went out to the residents that we would have to walk back. We were able to come up with a plan. He was able then to recruit enough of the lifeguards that were already on staff that we were able to keep the pool open on a reduced schedule, but it was open on a daily basis. We were also able to work with our surrounding communities and provide cross support so that their pools could stay open as well. But it's important to have that open line of communication so that when there are things that come up, I'm aware of them we can address them before it gets publicized, before it gets out there, and we can look for solutions that are going to be more appropriate.
Since I'm always confused by which gross point is which, using a landmark, is CCD in the farms?
Yes, it is.
CCD is Country Club of Detroit. So let me ask you a question that has to do with the issue of code enforcement. So, a city like Grosse Pointe Farms, assuming similar to Huntington Woods, where code enforcement can become contentious between a resident and the city. For example, a resident has a clear violation, you pick your topic. Construction project, Porta-John, take your pick. Garbage put out too soon, dumpster type, those porta dumpsters that they make get put out like that. All right, resident calls you and says, I've been a resident of this city for decades, and before I got a ticket, I should have received a call or a warning to let me know. So the part A of the question is, how do you see yourself dealing, and if you've dealt with those issues in the farms, I'd be interested in your experience, and how would you see yourself dealing with those issues in a city like Huntington Woods?
In a city like Huntington Woods, similar to a city like Grosse Pointe Farms, gaining ticket revenue is not the goal. The goal that we're trying to accomplish is to keep the community safe and not infringe on our neighbors. I would never want code enforcement to have their first contact be the writing of a ticket. These communities are small, they're tight-knit. There should be an opportunity to correct the situation, and it should be a conversation, it should be a note on the door if the person is not available. It should be a friendly reminder, a friendly notice first. If that's ignored, then there can be a warning. In the farms, we use a 3-stage approach generally. First is a conversation or a friendly note. Then you get notice that if it's not corrected within a period of time, you will be ticketed. And then last resort is ticketing. Many times people simply aren't aware of what the ordinance requirements are, and they need to be educated. Sometimes people don't care. People, there are all types, but you always have to approach it first with the thought that there just simply needs to be some education that takes place, and that the resident will want to be a good community citizen and address the issue. But if we need to escalate it beyond that for the good of the neighbors in the community, that will be done.
So let me ask this question. In the farms, does your police department or public safety participate in code enforcement? And do you think that public safety should play an active role in code enforcement?
Generally, no. Generally, code enforcement is handled by our public services department or our building department. And the public safety is only brought in if it is truly a matter of public health, and if there's the chance for injury, or if the individual becomes belligerent or those types of situations, but we prefer to keep it as non-confrontational as possible. And often involving public safety may be viewed as being more confrontational.
Thank you. Commissioner Roselle?
As Chief Executive Officer of a city such as Huntington Woods, how would you set about the task of learning about issues in the city, and who would you talk to, in what form?
So I think that's one of the first tasks of a city manager coming into a community is really getting immersed in the community, talking with all of you first and foremost, understanding what your concerns are, where you feel improvements need to be made, but then getting out into the community, getting involved in the boards and the commissions, getting involved in local activities and events, getting to know some of the business owners, and then branching out and getting to know some of the city managers from surrounding communities, really understanding the unique situation and needs of this community. And I don't think you get that by just sitting behind a desk. You really have to get out, talk to people, and get involved. Driving through the community, walking through the community, really seeing how people are using the amenities and are getting involved in the community is important to really understand what the community is all about.
Commissioner Hicks?
Assuming you've read our most recent financial statements and audit, what did you see that indicates a future problem or problems we should start to address?
Well, I think a couple of the things that Huntington Woods faces are common with a lot of communities. Unfunded liabilities for pension and retiree health care. Those are areas that have really received much more focus in the last few years, and is really an important area to address in as aggressive of a manner as possible to fund those. Huntington Woods also faces the challenges with the property tax structure, being up against your Headley limits, having Proposal A limit the increases in taxable values, especially given a community like this where properties don't uncap as quickly as they may in other communities. So you're not able to capture that additional value as quickly. Those are things that are challenges, and there has to be a structured plan for addressing those liabilities, and you have to be looking at the property taxes as unfavorable as it often is to go to the community to ask for a Headley override. You need to be taking into account whether that may be on the horizon, and if so, there's a timeline involved. You have to plan for that and make sure that all the pieces are in place in time.
As with your background in finance, how hard do you think it would be to move into the role as city manager and allow the finance director to do his or her job?
So one of the things that I mentioned before is my passion has really grown more towards the administrative role. And I know that Tim Rolland is an exceptional or finance director. I've had the opportunity to get to know him just a little bit on a related topic. And I feel very strongly that finance is always going to be part of who I am. It's in my DNA. It just is how I view the world. But the majority of the issues that we deal with have some sort of financial aspect to them. I have no problem with leaving that finance piece, the true finance calculations, the keeping of the books, those operations, to the finance director. My goal and my desire is to move away from that and be able to put that background in a different direction to really help in the more global city management aspects. I do not intend to micromanage or step on the toes of my finance director, and I think that my background is a positive thing, and that it will help me rather than hinder that relationship. I will be able to use that to great advantage in that broader role.
Okay, thank you. We have a little bit of time left, so do you have any questions for us?
So one of my questions is, how will you be evaluating the success of your next city manager? What goals do you have, and how will you provide feedback so that myself or whoever's chosen will know that they are on the right course in moving things forward?
I think there's always the budget issues and infrastructure and whatnot, but one of the most important issues is communication and working with the residents. We have a very active and involved community here. We have a lot of citizens that volunteer to serve on boards and committees and are involved in clubs and participate with the rec center and library. So communication with the residents and continuing to provide the high quality service to the residents would be what I would say one of the huge things that we judge the performance of a city manager by. Anyone else?
I would agree with that. I think we've got really engaged people that are not afraid to pick up the phone and call me. And I'm not afraid to call the city manager and Mark shaking his head. But I think it's that proactive communication, not just during crisis communication, but it's proactively being in the community, immersing, being a part of the community, like, being an open door to the residents, making them feel like they're being included in communication, that they belong here. Those are ultimately, what we are aspiring for. And I think we are all, humans and individuals, but I certainly give feedback quickly. Don't like to wait till end of the year. It's
Good. That's important because things can get off track very quickly, but I certainly, as an individual, appreciate when somebody is willing to give that constructive feedback, and I always try to do that with my staff as well. So, I would welcome any feedback and any, would certainly take to heart anything that that you would have to say. I think communication is huge. The last thing I want is for my commission to hear about something that's going on in the city through Facebook or, something like that. That's not the best course of action. And that's how misinformation gets fed and how rumors get started. And it is much harder to counteract rumors and misinformation than it is to put good information out in the first place. So really being involved in the community and understanding the issues and hearing them before they grow is something that I feel is very important. And one of the things that will always be a focus of mine.
Well, thanks again for joining us this evening, and
Thank
thanks
you.
as well for meeting some of the residents down at the library prior to coming in here. We will let you know early next week what our decision is.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Mayor, can we reset?
that's why I switched to it, because everybody around me has it, but I said, it does not work as well for a work phone. So, but all the kids have it.
Back live here. Welcome.
Hello.
All right.
Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to try and keep our masks on other than when we're asking questions, but you're more than welcome to take yours off so that we can hear your responses
All right.
to our questions. We have a series of questions we're going to ask. We'll go around the table and ask those questions, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time at the end for you to ask us any questions that you may have. So I'm going to start us off. Please relax and tell us anything you would like us to know about you that may not be reflected in your resume. How you acquired an interest for being in city management, your career goals, personal interests, and anything that will help us get to know you a little bit better.
Okay. But it's not reflected in my resume. So I was born and raised right here in Oakland County. Native Detroiter. I call myself a native Detroiter. Born in Rochester Hills. I grew up in Rochester and Oxford. Graduated from Oxford High School. My husband and I live in Waterford currently, but I've lived in several areas of the state because of my job. I became interested in city management. Actually, I fault one of my college professors. He was the chair of the Human Services Department at CNI's college. And I had started out studying in social work, in criminal justice. I didn't really feel the fit there, so I switched over to social work. I still wasn't feeling it, and he talked to me about the public administration program and suggested that I take a few classes and see if that's where my interests lay. And I've been with it ever since. I absolutely love municipal government, municipal management. I've been doing it for 31 years. I could not imagine doing anything else. Right now I am working as a municipal management consultant. I have my own consulting company. And I am doing consulting for communities. One of the communities at the north end of the county that actually I managed at one point. So my husband and I have 4 sons. They range in age from 19 to 28. Our youngest one just moved out, so now we're empty nesters. We have 1 grandson that's 4 years old, and now we're focused on enjoying Noah a lot more. And we lived in Ferndale for 10 years, so I'm very familiar with the area. Served on Ferndale's Civil Service Commission. Mayor Coulter appointed me to the Civil Service Commission in Ferndale, served as a member, as vice chair, and then as chair of the commission for 6 years. My career goals, I started out as a city manager very young. My first city manager position, I was 23 years old. So I am still mid-career. I have probably about 12 or 13 years before I can even think about retirement. But I am looking for the community that is the right fit for me, as well as my being the right fit for the community for the long term. I am hoping that the community will be the place that I stay and retire from. Huntington Woods is a very exciting opportunity for me and my husband. And I don't need to explain about driving through the community and knowing why it's exciting for us. We would feel very welcome here in this community, and we've already talked about the fact that if I was to come here, we would want to move to Huntington Woods. It is that type of community. As far as personal interests, a lot of outdoors things, kayaking, canoeing, hiking, biking, camping, but my passion is genealogy. I love doing genealogy research. I love traveling to New England and searching for ancestors. So that's my number one passion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holzman.
So, you have to go off the list. And streaming the interns. So, given your variety of experiences with the cities, I want to start with a question about code enforcement. So, I don't know how it's been wherever else you have worked, but occasionally that can become a contentious problem with a resident who will tell you that they've lived in the city for decades and they've received a citation. Pick the topic. Portage on construction, blocking sidewalk, and take your pick. So, what's your view of that process as the city manager? They call you and complain that they should not have received a ticket. They should have received either a phone call or some sort of a warning before a ticket was issued.
First of all, code enforcement is, the purpose of it is to try to gain voluntary compliance with the city's ordinances and policies. It's not meant to try to punish citizens. And the approach that you take in code enforcement should be just that, trying to work toward voluntary compliance. And that means reaching out to your citizens, communicating with them. Hopefully they do get a notice before they get a ticket. I would sincerely hope that that's the case. But in the event that they did not, I think taking the time to talk to them, explain why that particular ordinance is important, and the issues and problems that the community may have experienced in the past with that particular issue, goes a long way. I think with any upset citizen, whether it's an ordinance violation or they're upset because they feel like they didn't get a service they should have received, more times than not, it's just a matter of citizens wanting to be heard. They want to feel that you take their concerns, their frustrations seriously, and that you are empathetic to their situation. You can't always say yes to them. Sometimes you have to tell them that we need to move forward with the enforcement or what have you. But if there are ways to work with that citizen to gain voluntary compliance, if there's a way and if there's discretion in being able to come up with a plan for them to come into compliance, I would hope that the city would want to work with citizens any way that they can.
How do you have ordinances subject to that kind of discretion? In other words, there's a follow-up to your answer. So you have a clear ordinance. Like I said, you can choose the topic. Let's use the topic of these dumpsters, these soft dumpsters that you can rent like at Home Depot, things like that people use when there's a construction project. And you know, I forgot exactly what ours is, but how long it can be out for this. How do you gain compliance if somebody has it out there 3 days early or whatever, or it sits out there for whatever length of time, and you go by and say, can you move that?
Well,
How do you gain compliance like that?
I think first of all, going out and talking to them.
Where do you have the resource to do that? For example, here, there's 27, I'm just asking. I mean, it sounds nice. I mean, I'll be blunt, it sounds very appealing and very neighbor-friendly and things like that. But the question is, you have 27 miles of street. You have 2,300 households. Okay, how do you possibly have the time or resource to knock on, you know, hypothetically, 15 doors per weekend or something? So, you know, who does it? How do you do that? But a little more, in other words, I'm more interested in a more practical approach than theoretically we're the friendly city, we're the nice city.
Well, moving on beyond the communication and trying to work with your resident, if it's clear that you are not going to gain compliance, you have to move forward with enforcement, whether it's the ticket, the citation process, or whatever remedies the city may have. And I think that the options at that point are pretty limited. Your officers in issuing tickets, of course, have their own discretion as to what they do. It's important for the city manager to support city staff and to follow through and uphold the decisions that they've made. But I think it becomes clear pretty quickly if you've talked to the citizen whether they intend to comply or not, and whether you can choose one path, and that is voluntary compliance, or whether you have to take more definitive action. I would disagree a little bit about you have 2,300 homes in the community, and therefore the city manager doesn't have time to talk to residents. Not all 2,300 residents are in enforcement action at the same time. And looking through your community, walking through the community, driving through the community, you can tell that far and away the vast majority of your citizens comply. So I don't think the manager would have that much of a problem being able to take a little time with citizens.
And then I got subpart B, and then I'm done. What role do you see for public safety in code enforcement? For example, if you have a sign on a right of way for a painting company, and there's a clear ordinance in Huntington Woods that says no signs, unless it's for a city of Huntington Woods matter, can be on the public right of way, the curb grass. And there's a sign, say, for example, at Coolidge and 696 on the corner there, it always seems like somebody's got one for mattresses or gutters or things like that. Do you see a role for public safety in that, where if they see it, they just grab it and take it in the car? or do you believe that's a task reserved for code enforcement, for the code enforcement officer himself and/or herself?
I think it's important for public safety when they are patrolling the community to identify ordinance violations. If code enforcement, and I know that a number of the code enforcement areas are handled outside of public safety, but I think it's important for public safety to keep their eye open, to be knowledgeable of the issues that they see, to be knowledgeable of the ordinances, but to bring them to the attention of the department responsible for code enforcement. Now, in determining who does code enforcement, you've got to look at several things. You have to look at the resources that you have available, your financial resources, to have separate code enforcement versus having public safety do code enforcement. But if the resources are available, as a manager, I always look at who is closest to that particular issue. Who has the most knowledge of those codes? For signs, it's probably your planning, zoning, and building department. So code enforcement may be more appropriate for signage issues and some of the other things than public safety. But it's important for the departments to communicate with each other. And but there are some instances where I think public safety may be more appropriate to handle some code enforcement issues. It all depends on the type of issue and who is closest to that issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Rozell?
I'm going to question 2 or 12, Mr. Mark.
2.
Okay. How would you describe your management style, and are you inclusive in your decision-making? Do you involve department heads in that decision-making, or do you take more of like a hands-off approach with that?
My management style, I would have to say, is participative. The city manager cannot make decisions alone, organizationally. It involves a lot of people. It involves your department heads. It involves employees. To a certain extent, as far as the guiding policy on how we operate, that comes from the city commission. So the manager cannot operate in a vacuum and just make decisions by him or herself. It is important to rely on the people who have the expertise. And I look at my department heads as being experts in their fields. Even as a city manager for 31 years, I don't know everything there is to know about city government. That's why we have department heads. They are experts in their fields. It is important to listen to them, to take their recommendations seriously, and to weigh those recommendations against all of the other information that you have before you make decisions. But there are times when the city manager has to make some tough decisions. And the city manager cannot shy away from those. But I'm participative, I'm collaborative, I'm no better than the team that I have working with me. In fact, I would say they're more important than I am, because they're the ones who know what needs to get done in their departments, and they're the ones who make sure things get done. I'm more of a facilitator, pulling the different areas together so that they work well together, so that we work with the city commission well. But staff is very important. The city commission is very important. We're part of the same team. We are supposed to be working toward the same goals and objectives, and our responsibility is to carry out the will of the commission. we're supposed to be following through on your policy guidelines. We've got to be part of it, team. And that's the way I approach things.
Commissioner Jacks?
Huntington Woods has many intergovernmental agreements, as well as service sharing contracts. What's your experience negotiating and administering such contracts?
So in my years of experience, I've worked with a number of different collaborative arrangements. One in particular was when I was city manager in East Point, trying to work our way through the Great Recession. It hit us up front. We lost 25% of our taxable value in 1 year. It created a $4 million general fund budget gap. We had to look at all opportunities we had to reduce costs, as well as trying to look for new revenue sources. So we reached out to the cities of Roseville, St. Clair Shores. In the beginning, we were also working with Clinton Township, the city of Warren, the city of Harper Woods, to try to consolidate our dispatching operations. People have very strong feelings about dispatching. Citizens love their dispatchers. But we worked our way through that process. It ended up only being 3 communities that worked together, but we did consolidate our dispatching operations into one facility in Roseville. And the cost savings to the city of East Point was over $100,000 annually. So that's just one example. But I've worked on joint fire services. In Garden City, I worked with the mayors of Dearborn Heights and the city of Westland, and the city managers of Wayne and Inkster on trying to consolidate our district courts. We all had separate district courts, and we wanted to try to achieve economies of scale and work from one facility. I know you have a little bit of experience in that area from the other end of things. But we were trying to, it was becoming very costly for us to maintain several different district courts. So we worked together on that project. We did not get beyond the study phase while I was there, but we did complete our study to determine whether it was feasible. We did determine it was feasible and that we could consolidate in Inkster's district court. It was the newest of the facilities and would meet all of our needs. But looking at consolidation of staffing, court staffing and everything. So that was an interesting process. One of the very few times I had the opportunity to work directly with other mayors. Let's see. District libraries, recreational authorities. There's been a lot of different areas that I've worked in. More recently in the city of Ypsilanti, we were looking to remove the Peninsular Dam out of the Huron River. And I knew that in order to get buy-in to whatever options we came up with, we had to do a comprehensive study. And we had to make sure that all key stakeholders were involved in the process. So I invited the township supervisor in Superior Township, the township supervisor in Ypsilanti Township, as well as property owners along the Huron River to be part of the study group so that we could all work through the study together, especially the property owners. It was extremely important that they were on board with whatever results we were going to come up with. Because if we took out that dam, it was going to reconfigure portions of the river, and some of them would end up with a little less property, and some of them were going to end up with a little more property. And they were so appreciative that I included them in the process that they actually contributed, the property owners, $27,000 toward the dam removal study. So I think that said a lot. So those are just a few examples.
Commissioner Elder?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a priority for the city. In your view, what is your perspective of municipalities' role in advancing DEI, and how would you approach DEI in a community like Huntington Woods?
So I think the municipal government's role should be one of leadership. And I think that comes from the city commission in hopefully understanding what the desires of the community are, the desires of your constituents, and where you want to go as a community. I think when you drive through Huntington Woods or you walk through the neighborhoods, like my husband and I have, and you see the signs all over, hate has no home here, Black Lives Matter, it says something about the community. Not everyone's going to disagree, but hopefully the city commission has its finger on the pulse of the community and where you want to go. It involves a community conversation. There has to be a dialogue about how you move forward, what the expectations are, how you define what diversity, equity, and inclusion are for your community, and gaining a good understanding of what those mean, because what it may mean here in Huntington Woods may not be what it means in Ferndale or Pleasant Ridge or Royal Oak. And so the community has to be so engaged in that process. But there is leadership that is very important from the municipal government. Knowing, if you know what your community desires, gathering that information, the municipality can be a leader in moving it forward, in facilitating the plans that are necessary to put it into action, both in terms of the organization and your hiring processes, but in terms of how you establish policy, because we all know that ordinances may treat everybody equally, but they're not necessarily equitable. If they have a disparate impact on some members of the community because of their minority status, there's a problem there. So being a leader in terms of how you operate yourself, your hiring practices, your policy making, your facilities, making sure that you're looking at whether your facilities are open to everyone, your programs are open to everyone, and that you are not unconsciously creating barriers. I think that's the best role that the municipality can take.
Thank you.
Social media appears to have overtaken every aspect of our lives. How would you propose to use social media to communicate with our residents? And have you had the opportunity to review our current methods, such as Facebook and our website? What improvements would you suggest?
Social media is a necessity in today's world. It is a main method of communication for a lot of people, especially for younger people. And if you want to reach everyone, you have to have a social media presence. I think I think a lot of, if you were to engage a consultant, I think a lot of consultants would tell you don't overdo it. Don't have 5 different social media platforms that you're posting to. You need to funnel that information into 1 or 2 platforms. But your website is always your most important method of communication. I've been impressed with what I've seen in Huntington Woods. I think there's been some feelings in the past about communication and what has been perceived as a lack of communication from government to citizens. I think you've undertaken a lot of efforts to try to improve that. There's always room for more improvement. I can tell you some of the information on your website is outdated. You have the wrong documents still on the website, and so there needs to be more coordination to keep the information fresh, keep it updated, and I would say share as much information as you possibly can. Be open, be transparent, share too much information, not too little information. But it does have to be managed. It's got to be appropriate and timely. And but I still think, even in the age of social media, I still think the website is still the most important mode of communication. So you talked about social media. You're not going to reach everybody through social media or through the website or through smoke signals. You have to identify every way possible, and I know you've taken some efforts. You have programmed some money into the budget this year for a part-time communications person to further try to improve the communications effort. But I hope I answered your question though about don't have too many social media platforms, maybe 1 or 2, and you fully utilize your website.
Yes, you did. Just one quick follow-up on that. I don't know if you're familiar with the Nextdoor platform. What do you feel the city's involvement should be in conversations that residents are having on Nextdoor?
I don't think that municipalities should be participating in Nextdoor. Nextdoor, I'm a member of Nextdoor Eagle Lake, and it is a platform for citizens to bounce ideas off each other and concerns, and I don't, unless there is information on there that is important to be corrected, absolutely important to be corrected, I think you're better served not participating in those types of forums. It can be problematic.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? You have a dispute that arises between 2 members of your governing body, whether it's a city commission or city council, and or department heads, major department heads. How do you go about the task of mediating or facilitating a dispute between members of like I said, of the city commission or city council? We're not talking about a minor, we're talking about something more profound.
So in one community that I served as interim manager in very recently, when I came on board, the council was not working well together. There were 2 distinct factions on the council. They would yell and scream at each other at council meetings. They were disparaging each other in the community. And the method that I found most effective in dealing with that situation was to sit down with them individually, first of all, to try to hear what their concerns were, what their issues were with some of the other council members. And oddly enough, in talking to each council member individually, I came to the realization that they all wanted the same things. It was the approach that they were taking to present the issue or to discuss it with their fellow council members that was the problem, not the desire to move forward on this issue or that issue. They far and away were in agreement on most issues. I saw my role to be in sharing with all of them the fact that they did share common goals. And I heard from each of them that they really did have a desire to want to work together. And sharing that with each of them, that, listen, everybody wants the same thing. They all want to, all of you want to work together. You want to get to a better situation. It transformed that council. They began treating each other with a lot more respect at the council table. They would not attack each other. They weren't disparaging each other in the community, because I also explained to them that by attacking each other and disparaging each other, it creates a mood in the community. Citizens pick up on it. And once they pick up on that mood, then citizens feel they can treat you that way. And the mood starts with the council. So that's one, as far as council or commission, that's a way I try to deal with that communication. And trying to pull commission members together in fostering that communication. But much the same with department heads. We all have to work together as part of a team. We don't necessarily need to like each other, but we need to treat each other with respect. We need to act as part of a team, because what one of us does reflects on all of us. And if there is a dispute, I would sit down with them first individually to try to hear what the situation is, get the facts, weigh what's going on, because if you sit down and you just listen to people, they will share with you everything. And when you gather those facts, it starts to become clear what the core issues are and what the facts are and what may be perception. And then bringing the two of them together and sitting down together with them and talking about, first of all, what the city manager's expectations are, but how can we come up with a plan to work together going forward? Again, I think it all comes down to good communication.
Thank you. Michelle Roselle.
Huntington Woods residents pay high taxes and fees. Our millage rate is high, our property values are high, increasing at the highest rate of any community in the county. So as a result of paying these higher taxes and higher fees, our residents expect a responsive local government in return. Can you provide examples of how maybe you've provided high-quality programs or developed high-quality services to, show to the residents that they're getting what they're paying for?
So, I think first, it's very important to make sure that you have performance metrics in place, because you can't communicate to the public how well you're doing if you're not measuring what you're doing against some benchmark to be able to communicate that to citizens. So performance measurement is extremely important. And how you determine what those metrics are has to be based on what the expectations of the community are. What do they expect from those services? What does the city commission expect administration to be doing and to be providing to the community? I think in all of my positions as city manager, it has been important to create an organization that is high performance, being responsive to citizens in whatever programs or services you're providing. I think that if you are a high performance organization and you are committed to providing high quality services as cost effectively as possible, and having those metrics in place so that you know whether you are successful in providing those services is probably the first step. Citizens, they're very astute. They already know if you're providing high quality services or if you're failing. And they will let you know if you're failing. I don't think it's a matter so much of telling people you're providing high quality services. I think it's doing it, and being committed to it and measuring it, evaluating it, and then making changes to continuously improve. I think that's the best way that you can provide those services. That's what I've tried to do as a manager. Citizens will tell you if you're not doing a good job.
Commissioner Jacks?
Huntington Woods has faced devastating floods, numerous power outages, and the COVID-19 pandemic. What has been your experience when facing a disaster or a major emergency? And what was the reaction of your elected officials on how you handled it?
The one major emergency that comes to my mind, I've been quite fortunate in my management experience, but the power outage of I think it was 2004. We were without power in Richmond for more than a week. It was in August. Not only were we without power, but our communication systems, for those of you who remember that time, our communication systems went down, cell towers went down. It was a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster. The very first thing I did was consult with my fire chief and my police chief to determine what procedures we should be following under our emergency operations plan. They are my experts when it comes to emergency management. We knew within a matter of a few hours, once that something more serious was happening, when we realized that not only was the power out, but our cell phones weren't working, that there was something more major going on. So we decided to convene our emergency operations center. We had to determine how we were going to communicate with each other. That was the first thing, because without communication, nothing else can happen. We had to identify what issues we were going to face immediately in the community, and which ones we were going to face if the problem continued over a number of days or a week or more. So we started brainstorming to identify all of those problems or potential problems and how we were going to respond to those. We pulled in all of our department heads as well as the rest of our city team, our employees, to talk together about how we were going to address it. We went out and we started visiting churches in the community, because one of the main issues we ran into was the fact that it was in August, it was a very hot summer. We had a number of senior citizens who had nowhere to go, no place to keep cool. People who relied on medical equipment and they had no power. So we were trying to identify cooling stations. We were trying to identify facilities that had generators, so that we could somehow communicate with people how they could get, if they had a medical issue, they could get somewhere to a facility that had a generator to be able to plug in their medical equipment if they needed to. So those were some of the initial first steps. It was extremely difficult. I'll be the first one to say we didn't have all of the answers, and it kind of evolved as time went on. We started running into gas shortages and all kinds of other issues. But the first place you go to is your emergency operations plan, and trying to communicate, if you can, with your county emergency operations team, and working with them and other agencies, because in that instance it wasn't just a local emergency, it was an interstate emergency. So identifying all of your partners and trying to convene them as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Elder?
So we're running close to 8 o'clock. I'm going to jump ahead.
Okay.
I really appreciate how much experience you have on your resume. Could you help walk us through your job tenures? I'm really curious to hear from you as to why you changed jobs so frequently over the course of 31 years.
Yes. So there are two reasons mainly. The first one, and probably the one that has affected my career the most, is the fact that I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I am a gay city manager. For a good part of my career, I was not out. And that created problems. It created problems for me personally. Fear in being able to come out as a gay man, as a gay city manager. A number of experiences I had where I had staff members who would find out secondhand that I may be gay. They weren't entirely sure, but then they would out me to my city council members, to other staff, to the community. So that was a big part of the transitions for probably about half of my career. I still faced that issue even after I came out professionally, but it wasn't as much of an issue. Later, about halfway through my career, I was involved in a discussion with a state representative one day when I was managing a community in the northern suburbs. I won't get any more specific than that. we were having a conversation, and this state representative, we were talking about the revitalization of Detroit and why it was so important. And this was in the early 2000s. And that state representative said to me, he was our state representative, said to me, well, why should our tax dollars go to Detroit? We have everything we need here. We're an affluent community. Why should we be paying for Detroit? And I was absolutely astounded that I would hear that from a state elected official. And then it got me to thinking, okay, I can debate with this person about why it's so important, why Detroit is so important to the region and the state of Michigan, and why we all are stakeholders in seeing Detroit be the best that it can be. But am I really walking the talk? And up to that point, I had determined I wasn't. So I made a conscious decision to choose to take on management opportunities in communities that were challenged, financially challenged, politically challenged. A number of them were minority communities. And I knew the risks that I was taking on professionally by being willing to take on those positions. And they were risks, and some of them I paid the price for. Some of them I was asked to do things that were illegal or unethical. As a city manager, I simply cannot do that. I believe so strongly that as public officials, we are bound by the rule of law. We should respect the rule of law. Whether we agree with a particular law or not, we are bound by it. We have to follow it. And there are a number of laws I disagree with. The state constitutional amendment that eliminated affirmative action is one. But I'm bound by it. I'm also bound by my professional code of ethics through ICMA. I'm bound by our city charter and our city ordinances. And so there have been times when I've been asked to either overlook illegal activity or to take action that was either illegal or unethical. And I had a choice. I could follow the direction that I was given, and I probably would still be in some of those communities. Or I could do the right thing, and I could give up my job. I will always give up my job. Always. Because no matter where I go, I always have my integrity intact. And nobody will take that away. I hope that answered your
Yes,
question.
thank you very much.
We're about out of time, but there are a couple other questions that I just want to ask quickly, so you can give us a quick answer and we can get those on the record here. Huntington Woods has a very substantial recreation department with a 30,000 square foot rec center, aquatic center, and countless programs in high demand. The rec center has an annual budget exceeding $2 million, which exceeds the entire general fund budget of many cities our size. What is your experience overseeing a large operation and balancing its financial resources?
So again, I'll point back to the city of East Point, a city of 34,000 population that I managed for 4 years. We had a general fund budget of $21 million until the Great Recession. When the recession hit, it dropped us down to 17 million in 1 year. We had to go through a very intensive process of determining how we were going to either cut costs or enhance revenues. And I went through that process by engaging a lot of people. I asked the city council to appoint 2 members of the council to work on a committee with me. All of my department heads were involved in that process and served on the committee. We had some city employees in each department work with us because they're closest to the services that we provide. I asked the council to invite some citizens to work with us. And we engaged SEMCOG to work with us. And so SEMCOG provided some excellent resources to us and provided outstanding service. But we went through a whole process of identifying how we would maintain services to the best extent we could, the highest quality services we could, but stay within our budgetary limitations. That was a decision that, in one of the questions in the written exercises was exactly on this topic, and that was, what would you cut? I don't believe the city manager makes those decisions. Those decisions have to be made after a conversation with the community, with all the stakeholders, with the city commission, with city staff. Because especially for someone who isn't from Huntington Woods, the last thing I could do is make decisions on what services you're going to cut. I do know your citizens love all of their services. They're very passionate about them. They want to keep them. They don't want to pay more taxes to have them, but or at least they say that. They always step up to the plate when it comes down to it. But they do say, we don't want to pay more taxes, but we want to keep our services. So it has to be a community conversation. It has to involve a lot of community engagement, and that's what we did. Not only through our committee, but I went out into the community and I met with different civic groups. I met with citizens. I held town halls at several different places throughout the community. Now, East Point is over 5 square miles, so we have a number of facilities we can meet at. But going out into the community, into the neighborhoods and talking to people and getting their feedback and letting them know what options are available and what their priorities were in terms of preserving services or cutting services, in terms of revenue enhancement and paying higher fees or more taxes or having to cut. Citizens want to be engaged in those types of conversations, and we ended up coming up with a plan that exceeded the $4 million goal that we had to reduce, to close the budget gap. Some of them were revenue enhancements, some of them were budget cuts.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. So we have to call. We have another interview coming up here. But do you have a quick question for us before we finish here, or?
I think because you're pressed for time, I'll be respectful of that. I did have a few questions, but I'll follow up with Mark and Alex to talk some more with them. But thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you to the citizens and everyone that was down at the library to meet with and talk to. You have a wonderful, wonderful community, great citizens, and boy, they were tough. And I appreciated it.
That's why we invited them.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank
thanks
you.
again for coming.
Thank you,
We'll
and
let
best
know,
wishes to you.
We will let you know early next week what our decision is.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. start this process. Okay. Chris Wilson, thanks for joining us this evening for our city manager interviews. We are going to ask a series of questions. Each of the commissioners and I will take a turn, so we'll rotate around the table. I'm going to start it off by asking you to please relax and tell us anything you would like us to know about you that may not be reflected in your resume. How you acquired an interest in city management, your career goals, personal interests, and anything else that will help us get to know you a little bit better.
Sure, great, thank you. Not native to the state of Michigan, but I've been here 22 plus years now, so originally came from Arkansas. My father had a long history serving as on our local school. I followed with some interest what he did when I was a young man. I think he got on when I was in third grade. He left not long after I graduated. Served as president for a few years, and I got to meet some of the school superintendents who came through, and I was kind of fascinated by their job, and then got into college and learned about the city manager form of government, which we largely didn't have where I grew up, and was interested in that. Thought after one round through graduate school I'd be interested in pursuing that, but applied and ended up getting a fellowship offer to Wayne State, and moved to Detroit and got my degree there, and I've been working in the city management field ever since. So that was kind of my history and how I ended up here. On the personal side, I'm married, 4 kids, long-time resident of Oakland County, and plan on staying in Oakland County for quite some time.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Olsman, you have to unmute yourself to ask the question. You can hover right over your picture up at the top, and there'll be an unmute.
Hi, Chris, how you doing?
Good.
All right. So, social media has become a significant force in governance for municipalities, I think for just about every entity. With respect to Huntington Woods, have you taken a look at what we have going here in terms of our social media platforms or devices, whatever, from the website to Facebook to the other ones? And so the question is, do you like what you see? What suggestions would you have? And how do you view the use of social media as a means for a municipality to communicate with residents?
I did check out more of the Facebook postings than other forums, and I was we do similar things. I think you guys might have. I think frankly a little bit more impressed with some of what you had put out, kind of in terms of community relations and public information, and mirror some of that. We've had a lot of discussions, and certainly in my current community, about social media. I think really the most important thing is just understanding the platform, understanding what you're trying to communicate, and understanding how that platform works and if that's the right fit for you. And so I think the recommendations I have to sit down with all of you and with staff and determine what it is that you want to communicate. But again, those platforms change. You know, we've pretty much stuck to Facebook and also using our GovDelivery and email blast weekly messages. We made conscious decisions to stay off of other forms of social media. And I think that's kind of the important distinction to make. Just because everybody's on it, and maybe they're even talking about you, doesn't mean it's the right platform for you to be on it, for you to engage with the community. So I think it's important to know what you want to do and what you don't want to do. And I think you need somebody to really analyze what those platforms are about, what their goal is, how the community is using them, and see if that fits with your direction you want to go or not. I think there are some platforms that may not be the best fit for all communities, and I think we just need to make that decision collectively. But don't assume because everybody's on it, it's necessarily the right thing for you. It may not be the right platform.
would you use a consultant to do that? How
Sorry,
would you?
Mr., you're muted.
Sorry. Would you use a consultant to do that? Would you have a part-time media person on staff? How would you analyze that? And while we're talking about that, about what you should be on or what you shouldn't be on, I presume you're familiar with the Nextdoor system? Okay, so the question, one of the questions we have is, do you think the city needs to take a more active role in engaging with residents who are on that, like I said, I was called on that website, that the city should be not necessarily policing it, but monitoring it and see if questions come up. Example, power outage. Resident goes on and says, well, this is the city doesn't do this right with DTE, doesn't do that right with DTE. And in other words, do you think the city should come on and say, well, DTE is a state-regulated utility, they're not accountable to the municipality? That would just be a hypothetical example.
Not really that hypothetical for living in Southeast Michigan today. No, we've had those exact same debates. We have largely not engaged directly as a community on Nextdoor. I don't engage individually, under the guise of the city manager on the platform. And I think that's been the right cause. Now there are situations like that where I know there are people who will contact me and say, hey, this is out there. Sometimes there's information about maybe a criminal activity. And I have given information to people which I believe they have posted to if you want to say set the record straight, for lack of a better word. I think we've done that. We don't engage directly. We found that particular platform can be a bit exhausting and not always as productive as you would like it to be. There are times, in the short term, if everybody was acting in good faith, I think it's a great platform. Not always the case, and I think at times it's just used as a forum to pick, and it becomes negative too quickly. And there's things on there that you wouldn't necessarily want your city to be associated with in a screenshot. So, but I am usually aware of what goes on. I do sometimes I'll get a Nextdoor related question, and somebody asks me, I say, well, here's the facts behind that, and they can, post that and sometimes do it. But that's a hard one to stay off of. But I think once you get on, it's a harder one to get off of. But that one's been tough. That particular platform has been tough.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosell?
Huntington Woods faced a devastating flood in 2014, numerous power outages, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. What's your experience been when facing a disaster or major emergency in your community, and what was the reaction of elected officials or the citizens on how you handled it?
I remember the August of 2014 flood as well. We had a fairly similar incident, not as bad recently. I think it's important at that time at times like that, your communication becomes invaluable. Getting out the information that you have, not putting out bad information, but having it come from one source. And I've usually tried to be that source. I try to act, in a true crisis kind of situation like that. You need one source of information. You don't need multiple people posting things, because the wrong word gets out there and you end up causing more problems than you solve just by trying to communicate information. So put out what you know, what you can release, update that as frequently as you can, and always try to keep the council people abreast of it first. Depending on the timeliness of getting the information. Obviously, if it's a natural emergency, sometimes you gotta weigh those things. But I think the communication, the clear. We had a dam failure one year, and I had an email list I already knew of people who had concerns about the dam issues. First thing we did, we just sent out about 300 emails to people first thing in the morning with all the information we had, updated them as the day went on, as we got better information from DNR. And I think the communication of that was handled, as well as you can. There was going to be a lot of things going out there, and I didn't try to chase down all the bad leads. We were able to stick to our official information channel. I think that was very helpful, and I think other people were directing people back to that because here's the official word, and we were updating it regularly. Because trying to chase down the other stories that get out there, that becomes almost impossible in certain situations.
Commissioner Jenks?
As the chief executive officer of a city such as Huntington Woods, how would you set about the task of learning about issues in the city? Who would you talk to and in what forum?
Thank you, Commissioner Jenks. I would rely a lot on the staff, direct meetings with staff and with the elected commissioners. I think that's where we're going to get, there's a lot you got to be brought up to speed on. I've been through that process a couple of times. There is good information out there on the, available electronically through the internet, but your first few days and or maybe weeks are really spent getting to know your staff, finding out what the pressing issues for that particular day or week are, and then what's kind of the things that you've got in progress that you need to get resolved. Generally as a city manager, there's not a problem with people not finding you and not telling you what the problem is. That usually happens relatively easily. I found sometimes it's more of the problems will come to you if you're open and willing to sit and listen to them. Then you have to try to triage those and find out. They've been, maybe they've been speeding down Oak Street for 30 years, so okay, I appreciate that. We'll see what's been done about it in the past, but maybe there's more pressing things to work on today. When you're the new guy, all the old problems come up immediately, right? And you sit and listen to them and take notes and really work with the staff and the commission that have been working on stuff on a day-to-day basis and have the history of it to find out where the city needs to go today.
Commissioner Elder?
Hi, Chris. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a priority for the city. What are your perspectives on advancing DEI, especially for the role of a municipality? How would you approach Huntington Woods in this area?
I've seen your DEI initiatives, and I find them interesting. But I think on the local, on the governmental level, on the hiring level, I think my record would speak for itself. You can look that up. I think my record of trying to broaden the field and bringing other people to the profession, encouraging women and people of color into leadership positions. I think I've done that. I continue to do that. I think that is important. I think it is important that we diversify the workforce in all aspects of local government and make it reflective of not just the local community, but the larger portion of Southeast Michigan as a whole. Because in reality, we do serve the community, the residents directly, but we have interaction with the community as a whole, right? We are part of a community in a region, and I think it's important that we take advantage of all the personnel resources we have available to us and the perspectives we have available to us broadly. On the local level, on the residential level, again, a lot of this becomes about kind of socioeconomic inclusion. You do have a fixed housing stock, and you have to work around that. And it's a community that frankly is doesn't appear to be a lot of turnover at times. I think Huntington Woods, as best I can tell, has a reputation as an open and welcoming community. I think we should encourage that to the extent that we can. I think Southeast Michigan has been changing and diversifying over the last couple of decades. I've seen it in my community. I don't think it's going to stop it. I think it's a good thing. And communities that don't embrace that are going to probably end up behind the curve going forward. I think you're going to suffer economically from a talent perspective if you're not trying to get ahead of these things and recognize that. And I think it's to our, I think it is a great benefit over other places in the state and in the region that we have.
Chris, how would you describe your management style? Are you inclusive in your decision making? Highly involved in all city operations and departments, or do you take a hands-off approach with your department heads?
Yes, and yes. I guess as the case arises, I try to treat the staff as co-equal professionals. I don't presume that I don't know everything about public safety that the public safety director does. I don't know everything about finance as the finance director does. But it's my job to make sure they have the tools they need to get their jobs done efficiently and effectively in service of the residents. And to kind of direct them along the wishes of what council is looking to implement. So I've been at this enough. I think some of the joke amongst seasoned city managers, you do this long enough, you can end up a mile wide and an inch deep because you deal with so many different aspects of local government, and every day it's whether it's law or HR or elections or water and sewer service. You can't be expected to have the deep depth of knowledge that all of those people have on that job, but you need to be able to advise them, provide guidance when they come looking forward, and making sure they have the tools they need to get those jobs done. If they're struggling in that, then we need to sit down and talk about what they need to do their jobs better. If employees that are struggling, that aren't being as productive as they can, that aren't being as efficient as they can, ultimately it wears on them. And you want them to be happy. If they're not happy, it's going to cause problems in the whole operation. So I think my general role is hands off. Tell me what you need. I'll give you the guidance and the direction the council provides me. But let me know what you need to get your job done, and we're going to work together. And like I say, I think I like to phrase it best as I consider myself a co-equal amongst my staff and my direct reports. And my job is to work with the council and then pass those directives along to them.
Okay, thank you.
So if out of the blue a resident calls you and wants to discuss an issue pertaining to their own property or their own house, how do you handle that? How do you deal with it? Do you deal with it on the spot? Do you schedule it for a separate meeting? Do you refer it to appropriate staff? How do you resolve, a resident who just drops in and says they want to talk to you, and you can choose the reason what it would be about, but it's time consuming and it's something that was not part of what you were either working on or even reasonably concerned about at that time?
Well, that happens. If they call or stop by, if the call comes to me indirectly or they catch me at the counter, always talk to them, always take the information. Even though the problems may not be important to me, right, in the scope of what I got to do, it's very important to them at that particular time, and they need to feel like you heard that and you understand that and you acknowledge that. So I try not to, sit them across to talk. I may eventually say, you know what, let's go talk to Joe about this because he handles that. Let me go find him but you need to make that direct contact. Excuse me, the kindness, I'm going to use a cough drop so I don't start hacking in the interview. I apologize for that. I wouldn't normally do that, but I think I've had a horse's dose of Robitussin a day, so just don't want to start coughing during this. But it's important to make them feel heard at that particular time when you catch them. So That can be at the grocery store, that can be at the gas station, and you may be on your way to somewhere else. Stop and make the time, take the information. Usually doesn't take that long to say, you know what, I don't know, but give me your address, give me your phone number. Either I'll get back to you, or I'll have the appropriate department head get back to you, but thanks for passing that along, let me look into it. Always busy, but I always got 2 to 3 minutes to find somewhere to make somebody feel like their problem was heard, and I ran into the city manager, and again, I may be taking a note and passing it off to the person who can help them with their water bill or their fence question, but my response has always been, even if I can't help them directly, take the information to find the person who will, and follow up with a call in a day or two to make sure, hey, did that get handled, is everything okay? That's generally the way I operate, unless told otherwise. And I think it's worked well for me.
Commissioner Roselle?
Our residents pay high taxes and fees, our millage rate's high, our property values are high, and in turn, they expect a responsive local government. Can you provide examples of how you developed or provided high-quality programs or services where residents felt like they're getting what they're paying for?
I would agree with your first statement, and I think it's particularly true of Huntington Woods, and even in the communities where it's not true, they all think that it's true. Everybody thinks they pay for and expect a certain level of service. We've done our best to be responsive. I always try to answer to the extent that we can answer all emails by the end of the day, even if what you have time for is thank you for responding to that. I'm talking about it with the appropriate department head, and somebody will get back with you tomorrow. I think we direct our staff to do that. For the longest time, and to the extent we're able, we still answer the phones directly at the village hall when you called in. And there's times I've been the person to pick that up when it happens. So our phone, I think, kind of an example, one of the things that we've probably implemented, I think has been the most beneficial in our building department, our use of contractors for our inspection services. And one of the drivers and one of the things that I advocated for was, because of our size and because of our capacity, when we had all of our trade inspections, we were employing all those people directly, never had enough trade to keep somebody around full time, so we're using part-time inspectors. I might have somebody there, 2 days a week. The real benefit we saw going to the contractor is now, in most cases, you call before 3 o'clock, I get an inspector out there the next day for building services. We have a lot of building activity going on, a lot of renovation, a lot of remodeling. And all of those are always, every one of those inspections are always important. They always call at the end of the day if they need it done tomorrow. When they call on Thursday and you can't get there till Tuesday or Wednesday, that's, we can look back and say, hey, that guy should have planned ahead, they should have known better. In reality, you're just hurting the resident at that point, right? The contractor's time is the resident's time. Their project's going to be delayed. They're going to end up paying more for it. So I think we've really cut down the turnaround time. Has it cost us some revenue? I think it definitely has. But again, you're not supposed to generate revenue in your building department anyway, that's what the state tells me. And it was worth that trade-off to be able to provide that service, even though it's the contractor calling for the service, it's the homeowner's project. Ultimately, they're the one paying for it, they're the one who's going to be inconvenienced. If maybe the guy should have called for it 3 days ago. In reality, hey, he didn't. He called you today. What can you do today? I can get the guy out there by 10 o'clock tomorrow and move the project along. So, and I think that's kind of the focus and the attention we try to provide to the issues. What can we do to rectify this problem so that it's reasonably less detriment to the homeowner?
Thank you. Commissioner Jacks?
Chris, Huntington Woods has a very substantial recreation department with a 30,000 square foot rec center, aquatic center, and countless programs in high demand. The rec center has an annual budget exceeding $2 million, which exceeds the entire general fund budget of many cities our size. What is your experience overseeing such a large operation and balancing its financial resources?
Yeah, it's a wonderful program. I'm familiar with the center. I've been there for events in the past. For a community of that size, it's I don't know that it's replicated anywhere in the state. What you provide through your recreation department there, and frankly your library as well. It's commendable. We didn't have kind of similarly what we did in the community I worked for before this one. We had a history of festivals and events. We had two, huge events that we put on every year. And the community was about 4,500 people. One, we probably brought about 30,000 people to town on a Saturday night for a big firework and carnival show. And then because it was a community on the river, we would have boat races over a weekend that drew a lot of people into town. That took significant planning, resources, and it was something that was enjoyed by our residents, but they're kind of regional events. So I think that's kind of where the breakdown comes at. How much is this benefiting our residents? How much is it benefiting other residents? Are you willing to take on that cost? I think just being open and honest with the residents about it. I think you have an educated and a reasonable community there, as long as they know here's what these recreation programs cost. Here's the expense. Here's what it means to you as a homeowner. I think it's a wonderful service to provide. We had to make some decisions about our events as money got tight, and we were able to do some things to lessen the impact to us, to keep the event safe. And what we really did was a lot of reciprocity agreements with local police agencies for helping patrol. We had 7 guys. 7 guys aren't going to control a night event of 30,000 people, right? But the county would help us out, and neighboring communities would help us out. We would reciprocate those efforts to other communities. So I think in the case, you're right, the budget's large. I think the services, from what I've always gathered, have been well received and well appreciated by the residents. I think it's just, and I think you guys are open with it, let them know this is what this program costs, and I think through their support of the community and their support of the council, I'll let you know that they're willing to pay for those services. I think just being open and honest about it, it is expensive, but they're great services, and good services do cost. And I think that's just, and I think your community would understand. I think they do understand that.
Thank you.
Mr. Elder?
Huntington Woods has many intergovernmental agreements as well as service sharing agreements. What is your experience negotiating and administering such contracts?
Yeah, we farm out everything in Beverly Hills. I found out when I got there. I serve on some of those same commissions and boards that you're on. I've been the chairperson for soccer now, I think, for I believe that's 3 years. I'm the vice chair on the soccer board. I think those are almost model examples of how intergovernmental agencies can run and run effectively. Our assessing and elections are handled through us by Southfield Township. We're one of the few communities in the state that doesn't do our own tax collection. We had to work a special program through the county that our village taxes are actually collected by Southfield Township, which is a bit unusual. We have a private DPW firm that we've had for 50 years. We have a private contract with the library of the city of Birmingham. I think what I've learned is that contract administration is not always easier than providing the service yourself. It's a different form of management, a different form of administration. Some people think, hey, I got a contractor in place now, that makes it easier. No, sometimes it's easier having your own employees that are your direct reports, and I've been on both sides of that. When it works great, it works great. When there are problems, they're sometimes harder to get your hands around when you're in the contract administration perspective. But all in all, I think it's worked. When it's done properly, those efforts of collaboration you should be able to generate an economy. I always thought privatization for a while became the hammer that hit every nail. It was a solution looking for a problem. It makes sense when you can, as we do with the Baldwin Library, we pay a relatively hefty sum to the city of Birmingham every year for our residents to be members of their library. We couldn't recreate on our own what we get at the Baldwin Library for 5 times the cost what we pay every year. It's an amazing facility, and we probably shouldn't be duplicating that. And they service our residents extremely well. So I think that's a good example, and I think that's what you should look for in these collaborative efforts. Can we leverage the resources we're paying for this service now into an organization that has either better capacity, greater professionalization, or provide a better return to service than what we're getting? Just privatizing for the sake of privatizing may not fix anything at all, may cause you other problems. Or trying to collaborate, may cause other problems. Again, I think the key is, can you leverage your public resources and providing a better level of service? I think we've done that. I think we certainly do that in the case of Sacra. I think we've done that in the instance of our library contracts. We have a dispatch arrangement with the city of Birmingham as well, and I think that's always been the goal. But don't get into it and then never look at it for 10 or 15 or 20 years. Review it annually, look at what you're paying, and be careful of those things that once you get out of, you can't ever reasonably get back into. Some of those things are very capital intensive. The startup cost on that are really, is there really going to be if you're doing custodial service, you can get into that relatively easy, right? Certain things like trash and fire service are so capital intensive on the front end. If you ever get out of it, are you going to have an ability to get back into it to compete with either your collaborators or, you have to analyze that going in. And if you're getting out of it without ever being able to provide that service locally again, just acknowledge that and acknowledge what that means. Some of these things, like I say, you get out of the fire service, to start back up and to buy that equipment anymore, it's almost cost prohibitive to do so once you're liquidated of that. So I think just having the analytical ability to realize that and understand it on the front end to determine if that's a good value or beneficial or not.
Chris, please provide an example of when you have overruled a decision of a department head. When is it appropriate, and when would it be off limits, and how do you communicate it with the individual?
I've done it on occasion. I think maybe the most pertinent was probably the department head. It was with the village attorney, and I have great respect for the village attorney. There are a couple of cases where things, I think he wanted to maybe settle something, and weren't willing to settle. There were a series of allegations that I understand the concept of a nuisance lawsuit and a nuisance settlement, but when the allegations are that serious, they need to be heard out, and you should defend yourself, and you need to put paper to pencil and defend the reputation of the community and the people that work there. So, I've never found it to be a problem if it's handled. I can always give people did you see my business card? Did you see yours? Okay, we're going to do it my way. I try not to use that approach, and I never found it to be a big problem. We have had issues where I've had to maybe redirect, DPW staff to, things that they were going to do that day. Okay, we've got to go address these tree issues today, and here's the reason why. And we're not going to do the ditch work today because we're going to focus on these trees. And sometimes your decisions are wrong. And you need to acknowledge that and go back and say, hey, I was wrong here, and here's why. You're going to make mistakes, and if you acknowledge them and say, I was wrong, and here's why, and I'm sorry, we'll do it better next time. Well, they can't, it's kind of hard for them to keep beating up on you after that. But again, I think it's about communication being open and honest, and having the trust and respect. Trust is if the trust is there, the trust is kind of the lubrication that makes the machine run. They may not like the direction we're going, but if they trust that I'm doing it from not a position of spite or not a position of personal benefit or political favoritism, they know I'm doing it because I think that's what's in the best interest of the community. And I know that's where they're coming from too. We may disagree on that, but okay, this is the way it fell down, and we're going to do it this way today. If that trust is there, that process will play out well. Like I said, that's the lubrication that makes that machine run. You can run the machine without that lubrication, right? But it's hard. It tends to mess up the machine, and the product you get out is probably not as good as what it otherwise would have been. That's been my experience. So that trust is critical between the staff, between myself and the council. It's got to be there, that we're all coming from the right side. If we disagree, then we know we're having a disagreement of principle. We're not disagreeing because, well, he's wanting to do something he shouldn't do, or he wants to do something that's wrong or unethical. And I think if you have that trust and you lead by that example, those disagreements get smoothed over easily. And the biggest thing is, if you do that and you're wrong, find them, pull them aside, and say, hey, I was wrong, you were right, here's why. And don't hide from it, because that'll happen too. And you'll gain respect and you'll gain more trust by doing that.
Thank you.
And if you're right, don't rub it in. I mean, because you might want to. Don't do that. If you're wrong, acknowledge it.
All right, so coming from Beverly Hills, I think it's reasonable, at least based on my familiarity with your city, that code enforcement there is treated as a serious matter. I'm making an assumption, if you will. So it can be contentious from time to time. You get a resident who's a longtime resident who he or she says, look, I've lived here for 30 years and I've never had this, and all of a sudden I have a ticket for choose your menu of items that can occur for. How do you, as city manager, view that circumstance? How do you deal with that, basically, as city manager?
Every community struggles with this issue, much like the social media community. Social media issue we discussed earlier. Every community has a problem with this. I've always tried to reiterate to council, the number one goal here is compliance, right? We want everybody to comply with the rules as they're stated. We want everybody to understand what the rules are. And again, we want them to be compliant. Most of the time you'll get compliant. Most people will follow the rules if they're clearly understood and pointed out to them. And if they if they run afoul of that, then we point that out to them. We issue a lot of what we call field correction notices. I think it's the nicest way to phrase it, but hey, you got your boat trailer parked in the side yard, that's not allowed. Here's the rules. Please correct that in a certain number of days. Give us a call if you have any questions, and that fixes a lot of problems. We talk to them at the home if we can. Again, try to be open and honest about that. This has been a particular problem the last year or so, as courts were not available to us. A lot of these issues are now civil infractions. So it's going to be the small minority of homes that are going to cause you a big problem. That's how this always ends up playing out. I think the municipal, there was a big push, and some of you have been around probably long enough to remember, there was a big push to decriminalize a lot of these local ordinance issues, make them all municipal civil infractions. I think it's worked great for the 95% of cases that we have, because most people do, 98% of cases, because most people do want to comply and get compliance. Maybe it takes a couple of phone calls or a couple of visits. Most people want to do the right thing. It's been really bad for the handful of cases where it doesn't work, and you do need to use that ticket, and you do need to use the power of the courts. Because now, as a civil infraction, I can write him a ticket, I'll get a hearing before a judge in 24 days. I can tell he doesn't want to hear the case, and he finds in favor of the community, the guy pays $100 fine, and he goes back home. And we're left with angry residents, angry neighbors, angry council people, because why didn't you get that fixed? Well, trust me, if the law allowed me to go in there and cut the grass today, I'd go do it. Again, there's some things you need to put in place to be able to do that. If I could go in the backyard and take all the stuff out, I would. But you got to work these through the courts. It's inefficient. It's really inefficient. So I think the biggest thing is to establish rapport with people, have people understand the rules exist, and try to keep, harmonious relations with all your neighbors. And that usually, I think, works out well. If you've got a handful of cases that are difficult, that are a problem, and you do have to issue tickets to, again, the number one thing, you got to be consistent. You got to be consistent across the board with these. But it's, again, I think at some point the state may want to revisit some of these civil infraction tendencies we have. I think they cause us some problems with the chronic, because the neighbors don't understand. Because if I sent them a letter and told them, hey, your backyard's a mess, you need to clean it up, they'd go do it. But their neighbor, they don't view things the same way. So when it doesn't happen, they think it's because we're not being responsive enough, or we're not cracking down on them, because they would have already fixed it by now. Well, it may take 2 or 3 letters, or it may take a couple of visits, or it may take writing that ticket and then have to go before the judge before they do it. So I think it's just communicating with everybody that here's the process by which we go by. We are working on it, and because it's not fixed always in 48 or 72 hours like we would like, doesn't mean we're not addressing it. We've tried to step up some of our enforcement reporting. That's now part of we're revising it, but it became part of our bi-weekly council package to report everything code enforcement was doing. And I was shocked at the extent to which that was read. So we didn't want it to become the community gossip column to see who got in trouble, so that's why we're trying to revise it. But I think, again, that open communication about here's how many complaints we handled, here's how many notices we issued, I think that's good to let people know. Because I found a lot of times somebody calls and they're upset about something because it's been there, well, it's been there for 2 weeks and you haven't done anything. Well, I can tell them, well, we have, and here's what we have done, and here's the process we're going through, so we are working on it. We've issued a notice, thank you for letting us know, but we are aware of that and we are working on it. And sometimes it just takes time.
Mr. Moselle?
So you've had a long tenure with the Village of Beverly Hills. Are you still with Beverly Hills, or have you left and are you employed somewhere else?
I'm still there. I have turned in my notice to them that I'm going to be leaving as of November the 30th. So I did that a couple of weeks ago. After a lot of consideration, I decided we had some new administrative staff coming on board this year, and I wanted to onboard them to the extent that I could. But I'm currently the longest serving manager in the history of the village. I think I outlasted my 3 predecessors combined at 13 years, and it was time to move on. It was a difficult call to make a couple of weeks ago to all 7 of them, but there's something to say for leaving when you're still going to be missed, and not everybody gets to write their own exit out of this profession. So at 13 years, and I think from the last year and a half to 2 years, I felt like it was time to move on. I was pleased by the extent at which council seemed to be upset that I was leaving. I also think it'll be good for the village to have somebody else get a new set of eyes on some of the problems that we face. And if I've done a good job as some of them have told me I've done for the last 13 years, I think things should run pretty well. I had a 60-day notice clause in my contract. I gave them a little bit more than that, because as preaching the choir here, this process takes time, right? So they're well aware of, and they're starting that process now there. But I will be leaving there as of November 30th.
Commissioner Jacks?
How would you propose mediating a significant dispute that arises between two commissioners?
It really, that's it's a good question. There's not one single answer to that. It really depends upon it depends upon the issue, and it depends upon the relationship between the commissioners and myself. Most of the time, I would try to figure out the cause of the dispute, see if we can find common ground between this, try to reiterate the fact that we're all on the same page here, right? We all generally have the best interest of the community at heart. We all want to work together for the same goal, and see if we can find that common ground. That would be my assumption that we all have. The right answer may be not to get involved at all. If it's a political argument, if it's an argument over who sits on what chair, who's going to get what post, or I'm probably not going to get involved in that. That's not going to work out well for me, and I probably stick out of that. So it would really depend a lot upon the issue and the extent of that personal relationship between myself and both of the commissioners. I would always encourage you, if you're going to have the fight, preferably don't have it on camera. After that, don't have it in the parking lot out front of Village Hall or City Hall afterwards. Let's talk about it. Again, a lot of times we can work this out, and we're here to protect the image and I think the reputation of the community. Fighting, unless it's the right stand that's just morally or ethically wrong, then okay, maybe that's okay to fight about that. You got to take a principled stand sometimes. Most of the time, these things can be worked out, and those fights. Sometimes we think individually, but we're judged collectively. And if the council meeting becomes the big argument center, or becomes I've not been directly involved, but indirectly involved in neighborhood communities. That their council meetings were, I think, at times more popular than Monday Night Football, right? Never for a good reason. People are turning in because it's entertaining, and they're usually not laughing with you at those. So let's try to avoid that if we at all can. Not that there's not going to be disagreements. There's always going to be disagreements, right? Let's see if we can work those out. But at times, the answer may be, just based on my position, the right answer may be to not get involved.
Okay, Chris, thanks again for joining us this evening. Before we sign off here, is there any questions that you have for us?
No. Thank you. As I said, I think I talked to Mark. I thought Mark before putting in to make sure I was serious about it. I made the other decision to move on from my other job. I don't have any other irons in the fire in other city manager positions at this time. My hope would be I worked in communities of this size. I worked in similar larger community in the area. I think I know what the job entails, and I think I could do it. And if I didn't think that, I wouldn't be here. Known Mark and I've known Alex for years. I have great respect for them, and I've known Pat and Amy for 15 years, going back to our St. Clair County days together. So I think I'm very familiar with the operations. Know Rocco. I knew Claire for years that she was there. I would look at this as hopefully, well, it would be if I got the job. It'd be my last job in city management. I've been a finalist in other places before. Didn't get the job. Bigger communities. I was bummed out about it, and what's that old country song about unanswered prayers? I probably wouldn't take those jobs if they were offered to me today. That kid wised up a little bit, and I think I know what I'm looking for. I think this was it. But that's your call to make as to who's the best fit. You know your community better than I do. I just know me. But one way or the other, whether it be 3 years you got tired of me or 15 years I was ready to retire, I think I'm looking for my last job in city management, and that's what I leave you with. Thank you.
Thanks again, Chris, and we will let you know what our decision was early next week.
Thank you for allowing me virtually. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You want us to leave, Heidi?
I can end meeting for all.
You want us to turn the power off?
Yeah, if you can log out of the Zoom, and, like close the internet, and then I'll turn them off. That's fine, thank you.
Heidi, I can help you do that if you.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave them up all night.
No, right. You gotta keep in charge. Yeah, shut that.
You know,
You want a pop or anything?
very briefly, you can't make a formal decision tonight, you can't make a motion at a special meeting that it was not on the agenda. You can discuss people and our hope, and Mark can give you a rundown on the ratings from residents at the recreation center. Our hope would be that, you know, you can give us some sense of priority, perhaps your individual ratings. Mark and I have a lot of work to do once we know that. We did, as you're aware, preliminary background checks of each of these 4 people. There are no red flags. As you saw, there's a great deal of diversity in the background of the 4. I think what I said to you, very early on in this process is, I think all 4 of the candidates, we don't think all 4 of the candidates are capable to do the job, some more than others. But the decision you have is one that, for lack of a better word, is chemistry. Who fits the culture of the city the best, and who could work with the department heads, the city commission, who is a good communicator, approachable, the kind of traits that you look for in a well-educated, very high expectation community like Huntington Woods. So I think these candidates offer that, each to a different degree, but we'd like to know your thoughts, and we'd like to leave tonight with an assignment of getting the final comprehensive background check. Some of them have not told their current employers yet. So, but if you can, let us know what your priorities are, we can when's the next city commission meeting?
2 weeks from yesterday, 2 weeks from last week.
Yeah, I think by that meeting, we can have the final report to you on their background. Now, we know from references we've checked and other things, there's no red flags, there's no criminal history, there's no credit issues. People that in preliminary rounds that we found some red flags that we just did not consider. So, I don't know how you want to handle discussion.
We hear what the residents said. I'd really like to hear what they said first.
Let Mark give you that report.
Well, we invited 25 people. I think 15 came, 11 or 12. Most of them filled out cards. And their opinion ranks this way. first let me ask, are you sure you want me to tell you that?
Yeah.
So it doesn't prejudice, okay. Susan Montenegro got 1 vote as the top choice, 4 votes as the number 2 choice, and 7 votes as the number 3 choice. Darwin got 1 vote as the first choice, 9 votes as the second choice, and 2 votes as the third choice. Deborah, obviously, she got 11 votes as the first choice, 1 vote as the second choice, and 1 vote as the third choice. As I said, we invited 25, 14 came, not everybody came rated, and 1 person only rated 2 out of the 3. If that's,
And obviously, they couldn't do anything with Chris Wood.
pardon me?
They could not have had.
We couldn't really figure a way to, and I don't think it was fair for the group even, you guys don't even get your $1 to stay here and do this, and it's an important decision, but we were presuming upon their time, and when it became knowledgeable that Chris was not able to really, it was not going to be simple to let him virtually interact with the same people. It just wasn't going to work out simple. We looked at a couple of different ways to make it happen, but wasn't sure. As Alex said, we have, for American Society of Business, 3 completed of the background checks, extensive background checks. The first one I read through, there were 7 pages of all the places they checked around the country for criminal behavior. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? And then the very first line says, came clean or something, or came out clean. I said, oh, well, this is just the places you checked. So, like, whoa, okay. So I said, I couldn't have got somebody that wrong about it. So, we've got one of those minor issues just to finish on that. We thought we might have it today. My suggestion, which Alex and I spoke to Carol as to what's acceptable in terms of the process. What we thought we might do, it will, if you want to take a sheet, or I can give you a sheet, just write down your 1, 2, and 3 order by name. We'll see if there's a general consensus that I would assume that you would want us to follow up, and finish the background checks and then and get all that information to you at that point. If there happens to be a tie in some way, we may have to talk about that further. But as Alex said, this is not it's not on the agenda to make the appointment tonight. We want to do that with all the information, and that we should be able to clearly be able to get that to you before the next commission meetings. And we can put that on as an official item at that point. And then, if there is a general consensus, we've talked to Carol about, we want to know from each of you if there are unique issues with respect to a contract, severance provision, those kinds of things that you are either comfortable or uncomfortable with. We can make some suggestions about that. But we would then have, once the commission makes an official choice, Carol could quickly put that into the right format. Make sure we do know the requested salaries. We certainly can provide, a single, or if there were 2 choices, a list of our benefits and, whether they opt out of A.
Well, I think we should give you our list.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
We asked Carol specifically if you could do that, if you could rate, and she said yes.
Yeah, to just give it to you.
Yes, there's
Right.
no motions, no decisions.
And giving it to you in confidence, right?
Well,
What's-
at this point, I think I assume we can let you know.
Well, the first question is, are we, as long as this is not taken as a vote, as long as this is just taken as, right now, this would be, no, we're not voting on anything, we're just saying these, my number one choice, my number two choice, my number three choice, and then when they look at it, if there's consensus, then we can cut this conversation a lot shorter.
Right.
So is the goal to narrow it to one or two, or is the goal to see if there's a consensus number one choice and that's what we go with?
Right.
We'll see when each of you do it.
Will you give us some paper?
Yeah.
Hey,
Is that the official ballot?
look at this one.
They're blank, that's fine.
Already gave it to you.
Okay,
Do you want to have any discussion before you do it?
I'll wait to collect them then.
What's there to just, I mean, right now, in the process of making a decision, if we're not, right now, we're fresh off the interviews, let's see who, it's like American Idol, let's see who,
The people's choice there.
who we like.
1, 2, and 3, we only have 3.
Yep, put them 1, 2, and 3, and put a name after each one.
Envelope, please.
I'm gonna tell you my favorite job here. I was a city clerk, and the only thing I had to do was make cookies or cupcakes for the election.
Brownies.
Was Mary or Joan did all the work. I was wanting to come over with this code book.
Yeah.
Read it to you.
Yeah.
Voted for Barbara.
Put them in the order.
Barbara.
I have to look at it, so if you can, I'll look and make sure we're up. Yeah, got that one.
I can change my mind.
Same order. Darlene, Deborah, Chris.
I just put it first.
Darlene, Deborah, Chris.
Does anybody feel like they need more discussion on the candidates?
Let's see what the numbers are.
Yeah, let's see what it is.
First, second, and third choices. But we for consensus of first choices.
There were 4 first choice votes for Darwin, 1 for Chris Wilson. And then, so I didn't total the second or third.
Wait, can you say that again?
There were 4 first choices for Darwin, 1 for Chris Wilson, and we didn't total second or third choices after that, so. We can begin first thing Monday. And
And-
finish the background stuff.
And I would like, as I've mentioned outside of this meeting, I think that our first choice consensus candidate would be good. However, I do not think that the way that the severances in the current city manager's contract is appropriate in the new city manager's contract. So I think that we need to really look at that. I wouldn't want someone here who's here for a very short tenure, perhaps, to then have 6 months of full pay. So I think that's something that really needs to be looked
Yeah,
at.
I think here's a good suggestion. Why don't we send you, early next week, I'll send each of you Amy's contract. And then I'm sure I can pull up the ICMA model contract as well. And I would ask each of you, just let me know, and I'll share it with Alex and we'll go through this, what, if there were any unique things that you were concerned about in either contract, such as the time of the severance provision. Sometimes,
Amy's original contract was changed. We granted more severance time after.
yeah, that's a good,
time. So
that's a
the
good
original contract
policy
and
to do.
Make it
And
through the first 3 years, then we'll consider something different.
yeah, so anything unique like that, people can earn extra severance time by being there. If, for example, there were just a complete change in the commission or something like that, so.
Can you also provide your professional suggestions in some of those areas?
Sure.
For the contract, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
In case we don't have the two of you here together at the next city commission meeting, I would like to express
19th.
our thanks on behalf of,
It's the third Tuesday.
yeah.
And I have warned him 3 times now to turn his expenses in. I will continue to hound him on behalf of Tim and others, but, you know, it's been a pleasure
Does
to
he
work.
need to be picked up?
We appreciate all the time and effort that you two have put into
thank
this
you.
and your dedication to the city of Huntington Woods. Very much appreciate that.
Well, thank you, but there's no need to thank us. I think for those, the 3 of you that went through this before, know how much more comprehensive this process has been than what the MML provided to you.
Yes. If you two have free time on your hands, it might be something you should consider doing.
Well, seeing it, I'll just tell you a funny, quick story. Seeing, there was a person, Jerry Richards, who does some work out of Lansing for the municipal league, called me about Harper Woods, was searching for a manager. You know, they terminated the person who was in the military and was gone for a year and a half. And they decided to appoint on a 4-3 vote, the mayor, and some of you are told this, the mayor of East Point, who is a nice black woman. On her first day after election, she was interviewed, I happened to hear it on NPR, and the first thing she told the city manager, who I knew, at the time she came in and said, well, where's my car? Who's my secretary? Where's my office? And do I get a free cell phone? So she had no clue about her relationship with the rest of the council, etc. And so they voted 4-3 to hire her. She thought she could do both jobs. There was such a reaction in Harper Woods. They then said to her, well, you have to quit being mayor. So she refused to do that. So now they're starting over, and too bad they had a reasonable, a young person, a black male, who was interested in starting out in his first job. And he talked to me for an hour. He wasn't even sure he wanted to go to Harper Woods to begin with, and then now to be treated like that. And told him, oh, you can reapply if you want. Just not the way to handle it, so. It's been my pleasure to work with Alex and Heidi and the staff here.
We appreciate it. Yeah.
And it's been fun for the most part. We've got some more things to do, a couple positions to fill that I hope will get done while I'm still here. If not, we'll clue the new person in about that too, so.
Will we adjourn, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Don't really.
We got a second?
I think you have public participation.
Oh, we do, yes. Before we do that, public participation.
Even more clear out tonight.
Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion, was it seconded?
I seconded.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries, meeting is adjourned.